or on YouTube, a friendly reminder not to open YouTube and Zoom at the same time. Hi, Heath.
Hello.
How are you today?
Doing good.
And Stephanie, it looks like you turned on your camera, but it did not turn on. Okay, there you go. I just wanted to let you know. There's covers on those cameras and all that fun stuff. Well, hopefully a couple more folks will join shortly. Well, we'll wait a little bit. I've got 6 folks so far. Hi there, Ian.
Going, Kimberly.
Okay. And I'll let you know, Stacy said she might be a couple minutes late, but she should be here. And while they get folks sorted and caught up and put up as panelists, we will. Stories? Anybody? Joke? Anything? Matt? Hi, Matt. There you are. Perfect. So we're just going to take a couple minutes for folks to pop on to make sure we've got everybody here. So we'll get started just in a couple minutes. I think we have Chuck and Race in the waiting room. Give us a second. Okay, there we go. Hi there, Chuck. And hi, Race.
Hello.
Hi there. So it looks like we're missing Scott and Stacy said she'd be a little bit late, probably. And Deb just went off mute. Are you ready to get started, Deb, or wait a couple minutes, or? Can y'all hear me? Okay, let me see if Deb can hear.
What are we missing, Kimberly?
We are missing Scott and Stacy.
Are you talking?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, now are you talking?
Now I am.
Okay, I had to. Okay, sorry. I had to answer a phone call from Matt way back like 5 minutes ago, and I forgot to put you guys back on.
Okay. I was like, I think we're having some tech issues. Okay. So we are just missing Scott and Stacy. So should we get started? You think Stacy's going to be a little bit late, she said, but we can get started with that. Anything else you guys need to take care of on your end? I guess that's a no. So we're going to get started today. Let me just start slowly, so hopefully Scott and Stacy can pop in. So basics, as we always do. Please remain on camera unless something happens. Stay on as we all know internet issues happen, but please stay on as much as you can. Please be ready to participate and engage. We do have an exceptionally long meeting this time, so engagement will be very, very helpful to make sure that we get these recommendations moving forward. Saying that with the time, please be mindful of your airtime so that we can make sure that all voices are heard. We might get into some situations where we're talking in depth about these recommendations, so please do listen to each other, especially about the intent and what they're trying to say overall. Because it is virtual and long, please do try to minimize those distractions as best you can. And of course, feel free to raise your hand or interrupt throughout so that we can make sure that we incorporate your thoughts into the process. Most importantly, as always, please do not try to be on Zoom and the YouTube at the same time, watching on YouTube at the same time, because there will be a delay in each of those and cause a smidge of confusion. I'm going to quickly share the agenda for today. So today's agenda is a little bit longer than usual. There are a couple things that I want to highlight and make sure that you're aware of. So we're going to start like we always do, just our opening, any communication updates you guys have overall that aren't specific to the recommendations, but any general communication updates you have. We'll do a bit of public comment to make sure that we incorporate those voices into our recommendations as necessary. Then we're going to vote to finalize recommendations. So we have these 4 recommendations here that have gone through the sounding board, have had comments, that fun stuff. So I'm going to pull up these recommendations, or the version that I have, the latest version that I think that I have from each of you, and we will share screen, edit, tweak, change, adjust, and then final vote to see if these will be recommendations today. We did have to tweak a bit of the agenda overall. I know last time we talked about having them on set days, but we tweaked it because of time constraints. So these will be the 4 that we talk about for voting for finalizing. So be prepared for that. The other thing that I want you to know is if I don't have the most current version and you are the point person on this, please do be prepared to email it to me so that I can pull it up promptly. I believe I have all of them, but just in case I don't, please do be prepared to email. There were several emails flying back and forth, and I might have missed one. We'll take a longer than normal break, so about 15 minutes. Then we're going to dive into the next set of 4 recommendations. So these were reviewed by the sounding board. We're going to do one more review of these and see if we can get a final vote on these 4 recommendations here. And then what we're going to do is we have another set of about 7 recommendations down here that have not been sent to the sounding board, that have been proposed. So we need to send those to the sounding board. We wanted to send them as a batch, not individually. There were some tweaks, changes, and adjustments from our last meeting, and we'll talk about that a little bit. But we're going to make sure that we send this batch to the sounding board if that's where you guys want them to go. So that will be maybe a shorter conversation. The last thing that I want to highlight for this conversation and discussion for today is any last recommendations that you want to develop. We have to have that conversation and discussion in this meeting today, okay? We're really short on time. Having things sent to the sounding board, come back, and then having a group discussion is going to be really limited. Our next meeting is next week on the 13th, I believe. That's Wednesday, so we have a really tight schedule. So we might want to save a little bit of space and time at the end to discuss any recommendations that you guys have that haven't been incorporated in as of thus far. And then we'll close out like we usually do. Are there any questions, comments, concerns on the agenda? I got 1 person shaking their head, 2 people shaking their head. Okay, I'll stop sharing then. So that will be kind of our basic run of show for the day. And then what we're going to start doing now is just any general communication updates not associated with each of your specific recommendations, but if there's anything that you guys need us to hear in this space. And welcome, Stacy. Okay. Yes, Druska.
So I was in another elk meeting yesterday, and I just found it really interesting. There was 1 sentence on the whiteboard or computer or whatever we were doing. And the interpretations of that 1 sentence by 6 different people was different. And it took us 20 full minutes to wordsmith that 1 sentence so that everybody in the room felt comfortable. So it's so interesting to me that people can be sitting in the same room, read the same words, and come away with a totally different idea of what that meant. So I just found it interesting.
I appreciate you sharing that. It's a little bit of foreshadowing of what's probably going to come when we pull up each of these recommendations and the discussions that we have. So thank you for sharing that. Are there thoughts that need to be shared on communication or in general? Okay. So I will turn it over to, and hi Scott, good to see you. I'll turn it over to Deb to give us some updates from FWP.
Sure. Hi, everybody. Let's see. I just wanted to let you know that PLPW is meeting today, a special meeting to talk about hunter-landowner relations, just like you guys are. The meeting will be recorded, so it's something that I'm going to watch later. I'd like to see what they have to say. So I can send you guys the link when it's up online if you guys like to see it. I think it's only a 2-hour meeting. It might not even be that, I'm not sure. But I will send you guys the link so you guys could see what they're having to say about this as well. The director recognized that there might be multiple recommendations coming from different groups, and he was completely okay with that. Either it would bolster each other, or it might just be a little more creative in different discussions. So he was okay with the groups working on similar things. He also wanted me to pass on to you last meeting, and I forgot to, his thanks for all of you guys giving your time to do this. He really appreciates it. He'll be hopefully with us at the last meeting. I'm anticipating that anyway. But he wanted me to pass on his thanks. let's see, before I leave and get off camera, and before everybody has to get off, I just want to see if we think by the end of this meeting, we need to extend the next meeting to 11 or 12. I want to check with all of you to see if that's okay. And we might not know until the very end of this meeting today, but because people are getting off, I want to see if the next meeting, which is the 13th, so less than a week away, if we can start it at 11 or 12 if need be. Does anybody have a problem with that?
One thumbs up. Heath's shaking his head no.
Okay.
Stacy's got a thumbs up. Okay.
Okay, so we'll if need be, we'll go ahead and do that, but we probably won't know until the end of the meeting. The last thing I want to ask is, where's Ian? I'm looking at my board. Oh, there you are. Ian particularly, but is there information that we didn't provide yet to you guys? I thought we did. I'm going to talk to Vice Chair Tabor here in a second. But Randy Newberg, I think apparently talked to you, Ian, and I'm guessing you communicated that there was information that we still didn't provide. So I'm wondering if there's something that you guys still need. Brent?
I guess based on, am I unmuted?
Yeah.
Okay, based on some recent changes to Heath and Chuck's recommendation, I was curious how many sportsmen buy the archery stamp versus how many total sportsmen buy a deer or elk permit, well, license, I should say. Just some concerns over, I know that I really liked this proposal. It's had some changes, and now I'm feeling like maybe we need the number of how many archers there really are out there among us. That would be something I'd be curious about. So I guess the question is, how many people buying deer elk permits or applying for permits and buying a license also purchase an archery stamp?
Okay. I will try to get that by the end of this meeting.
Okay.
Anything else? Stephanie?
This may be inaccurate, but I think it's around 50,000 to answer that question. Is what I've heard. The Montana bow hunters, we've talked about it being around 50,000 residents, but that might be inaccurate. So,
Thanks.
Like I said, I'll reach out to licensing as soon as I get through this and see if I can't get the right numbers.
Stephanie, do you know what percentage that is of overall elk and deer licenses?
I do not.
Okay,
I don't.
that's-
Actually, it'd be really interesting to figure out what the percentage is. That is good to know.
That's what I'm kind of after with the numbers.
Nope, makes sense. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Any other information not provided as of thus far? He's shaking his head no.
Just checking, like you said, specifically, Ian, because Commissioner Vice Chair Tabor said there was missing information still. So Ian?
Well, I guess I can speak to that. I guess it was that, specifically the historic game count records for kind of Northwest Montana, specifically the Bob Marshall Elk Management Unit, and then I guess additionally the game check records to kind of show utilization. I think we could probably maybe circle back to this when we get into the recommendations. I mean, I've got a pretty pointed recommendation on, the issues that I'm seeing in Northwest Montana and trying to bring, shed light on those. So I personally think that that's really pertinent information to get out to the public to show, what you know, what the elk populations were in the Northwest and what they are now, in addition to what the utilization used to be and what it is now. And, I know I'm, kind of the person in the room that's pushing things in a little bit different direction, but I think it's very pertinent information to elk management in general in the state to show that, hey, we got a lot of public lands that are being underutilized in the state. And yeah, I mean, if I can get that, I think it'd be important. I don't, I mean, if the department decides to give a, detailed explanation of why that number, those numbers are confusing or whatever, how they could be misleading, I guess that's one thing. But to just say that they're not pertinent to this group's discussion, just based on what we've seen, you have an entire hunting population in Northwest Montana that has the same, has seen the same things, has seen the same changes, and then the department's data or whatever their interpretation of the data is that there hasn't been any change, and it's very confusing to me. So I guess
just to respond, a couple of things, Ian. We said back to 1996, there's been about the counts have been hovering around 300 elk. So that was back.
Did you actually look at that data, Deb, or did you just?
Yeah. From that's in.
Because I pulled up a spreadsheet and I entered it so from 2008, there were 600 elk in the Bob Marshall Elk Management Unit. It increased to 680 and now we're at 300. So that's a 50% reduction. So I guess that's why I'm kind of questioning the department that.
In 2008, you had 600?
Yeah, there's 600 elk in the Bob Marshall Elk Management Unit.
Okay.
And we said it's stable. In 96, I don't want to say that you guys are doing funny things with numbers, but everybody on here should remember that 96, 97, we had the hardest winters as far as snowfall that was basically on record or in my lifetime. So we had drastic reduction in game population in 96, and then that significantly rebounded, and then we saw a decline in 2008, 9, 10. I mean, that's when I was seeing massive changes on the landscape. And yeah, I mean, there was we witnessed, I mean, a lot of local folks witnessed reintroduction of wolves by federal Fish and Game in 2001, and there's so there's a corresponding population decline there, I think, as well. So yeah, I guess it would be nice to see some of the information going further back. It was interesting. I don't know, I could send it out to the group. It was somebody told me about a video series put out by PBS. It's called Back from the Brink. Pretty interesting information about the wildlife management in Montana. And I mean, it's substantiated in the videos. It's substantiated by all the old timers from around here. Like the Bob Marshall was the location in the state where elk hunters would go to harvest their elk. And that's not the case anymore. That's where we were able to transplant elk from to other places of the state to get populations restored. So I guess I'm just I'm being kind of probably pig-headed and a bully, but I'm just trying to really shed light on the fact that there's issues in Northwest Montana, and want to see the data
to make sure that to make sure that Deb can pull the information that you need to develop this recommendation. What specific information are you requesting her to pull to help you make this?
He's asking for the Bob Marshall units. I'm texting people right now. The Bob Marshall units, the numbers as far back as we can. We have back to 1996. I don't remember seeing the 2008 bump, but like I said, I just texted somebody just now while we're talking.
I'll send you a spreadsheet. It's kind of basically every year that elk counts were done. Or I can, well, I'll send that out to you direct, and if you want to share it with the group, whatever you can. Yeah, it just shows, I mean, it shows a 50+% reduction in elk populations in recent times. So I think that's statistically significant. And I know for a fact that it was, you know, the numbers were significantly higher prior to then.
One other thing to keep in mind is that winter range up in Region 1 is significantly has significantly declined, and not just because of habitat changes, although the significant habitat change was, of course, Lake Koocanuska. It's underwater now, so so that is habitat that can't ever be reclaimed. So that's another thing where elk numbers have declined was from that. But I just wrote to Lindsay, and Lindsay's going to be working on the elk count numbers. I told her as far back in the Bob Marshall units, as far back as you can while I'm on this elk meeting. So she's going to be trying to pull that together.
Okay, sorry to be the stinker. And
is there anything else we need information wise that has not been provided as of thus far? Hold that for a moment in case there are folks who have something.
And that's all I have. From my communication update anyway.
If no one has any additional information that they need to request at this point, then I'll turn it back to you, Deb, for public comment.
so I jump in real quick, just on the, I guess, schedule going forward. Deb, I sent you an email, just curious, maybe I'm the only one that was wondering about that. I think lengthened meetings are great, but you know, there's a lot of work that takes place in between meetings should the worst happen and we kind of have loose ends at the end of this meeting. Has there been any discussion internally about extending some comment period after the fact, or like trying to hold potentially another meeting to tie up loose ends? Or
so that's certainly
hopefully we get there,
you
but
guys. You know, that's all up to you guys. So the reason we had the end of July is because it's basically the legislature and governor's schedule. And we if you guys make any recommendations that have to go through legislature, we need to make sure that we get it by the end of July, so we could get it over across, I always say across the street, but to the Capitol. But it's certainly up to you guys if you think you need to tie some things up that might not have to do with, that might not be legislative, then, you know, that's your call.
I don't know. I guess I don't know what the end product will be. I just like, if we put in all the effort and then we get down to the end of the last meeting, we're like, dang, there's a little bit more. I was just curious if that was even on, you know, on the table. It would stink to invest everything and then have loose ends at the end of it. Not that I'm really dying to burn more vacation time, but yeah.
Yeah, like I said, that's up to you guys, really.
I think Druska has a comment as well. Yeah. I think you even mouthed him on mute.
So my feeling is that we've had a great discussion, and all of our recommendations thus far that we have been vetting between us meet the key issue requirement. So everything that we've been talking about, you can go back to those key issues and put one or more with the recommendations. And so the recommendations thus far that we have sent out to the sounding board, that we have finalized, that we are now going to send out to the, you know, that whole routine, I think we can finish those in the time allotted. And I don't mean to pick on you, Ian, but there was a recommendation that came that I had no clue where it came from. So the manage the elk where they're at thing, or whether or not, that wasn't ever even talked about in all of our prior discussions. And so I was a little confused why it turned into a recommendation. Now, I might be the only one, and, so then this is the discussion, and you can tell me too bad. But I think if we think we're going to have more meetings so we can get more recommendations out there, I think that's the wrong reason to have the meetings. If we're going to finalize what we already have, I'm good with the time that we need to spend.
Thanks for sharing that feedback, Druska. So we'll circle back at the end of today when we do after we complete the votes, look at the recommendations that we have that we send to the sounding board. We'll see if we need to extend our next meeting, and then from there we can adapt as needed. But keeping in mind, we want to keep to the true intent of what we're trying to do, which is address those key issues. Okay. Does that sound like a good course of action for folks? Some head nods. Okay. Deb, I will turn it back to last question. Any other questions, comments, concerns before we turn it to public comment? Okay, so Deb, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Jasmine, it looks like there's only one person who signed up to speak. We had 9 people that signed up and only one is on. So Jasmine, I guess we'll just give him, 4 or 5 minutes if he wants to talk, since he's the only one.
Perfect. Jeff, Dara, it looks like you are only individual here today for public comment, so we'll give you 5 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity. Can everybody hear me? Okay. I'm Jeff Dara. I'm from Stevensville, Montana. I'm the executive director of a sportsman's group. We're not part of the Citizens Elk Coalition. We weren't asked. So I'm watching your meetings, and I appreciate what everybody's doing. I sent in comments as a sounding board member. I'm just kind of eagerly waiting to see if any of my comments were put into what we're going to talk about today. So our organization, Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife, we're going to meet in a special elk committee tomorrow. So I'm taking notes today on what we're talking about. We want to support your recommendations that go to the department. So I'm learning as much as I can about what you guys are doing. And I think that the big thing for us is predator management. The Bob Marshall issue is an issue for us. Predators, especially wolves and grizzly bears, have a great impact on elk in the Bob Marshall and in the Yellowstone ecosystem. So we're watching that. So I guess with that, I'm not going to ramble on. I just want to see what you guys have to say today and what your recommendations are. I'm kind of following the chain. We have until October 15th, I guess it is, to get our comments in. I guess this Citizens Elk Coalition is going to have a meeting in Bozeman in August. So it'll be for us, it's going to be interesting to see how the two groups, what comes out of this and what's accepted by the department and what goes to legislature and what the final product is. Because all the effort that you guys are putting into this, I guess, is being done somewhere else as well. So it'll be interesting. For us, having the opportunity to get a field and hunt elk and have access and support landowners are very important to us. So with that, I won't say any more. I just want to see what you've got. And thank you.
Jeff, I have a question for you. This is Deb.
Yeah,
I just want the elk coalition that you're talking about, that's the one that's being organized by the Montana Wildlife Federation?
Right.
Okay. So
right.
Okay. I just want to make sure that this group knows it's not something that FWP is coordinating, it's Montana Wildlife Federation.
Yeah, that's right. And I guess they're advertising that they have a meeting to release their plan in August in Bozeman. So for me, it's when I worked for the department for nearly 30 years, so it's an interesting process. This is what I'm used to, this type of process. So there's another process going on besides yours. So it'll be interesting to see how the two mix. But I appreciate what everybody's done here. Thank you.
Chuck, did you have a question or a comment for Jeff?
Yeah, I do. Jeff, this is Chuck Ryan. Keeping in mind that whatever we send to the department or the commission is only going as a recommendation. But if I'm not mistaken, I think that, and I don't know if it was you personally or it was SFW that, and I could be wrong here because we get a lot of comments, but I think maybe you were hesitant at least to support the pick your weapon. Is that, if I'm right on that, you didn't mention that today, so I'm wondering if that has changed, or if it hasn't, would you be able to offer a suggestion other than that to address overcrowding on public land, which that proposal is intended to do? So could you comment on that for us, please?
You bet. I'm going to comment on this as a retired game warden and a hunter. The game warden in me remembers being in the field and checking hunters and when the busy time of year was and when there were a lot of people. Now, I understand there are some elk areas during the archery season that are overcrowded, but those can be regulated very easily through the permit system on how many people you allow in there. I guess what I suggested to Chuck and I'm sorry, Heath, on choose your weapon, I've heard that discussion for many years. I don't know if Montana is really there. We have the most liberal elk season in the lower 48 with a nearly 6-week season, and that doesn't include shoulder seasons and game damage and everything else. It's a pretty big deal. I like to bow hunt, but I like to gun hunt too. And to make that decision, I would think we would have to be in more dire straits of not having any elk to have to make that decision. But if I have to make that decision, I'll hunt with a bow because I enjoy that time of year. But I think there's another opportunity out there that we're missing potentially. To me, most hunters as a game warden or as a hunter are during the rifle season. And that's when the problems are with trespassers and poaching and shooting from the road and all of those types of activities. Not that archery hunters don't, have their own issues, but the bulk of the issues that are causing landowner issues throughout the state are during the firearms season. And one of the things that could be done is bifurcate the rifle season. And what I mean by bifurcate the rifle season, instead of letting people hunt for 6 weeks or 5 weeks, choose your season, split the season in half and have a 2 or 3 week season, call it season 1, and then follow up with another 2 or 3 week season and call it season 2, and make rifle hunters choose which season they're going to hunt. Maybe it's through the application process, but that would seriously reduce the number of people that are out in the field, trespassing, committing violations, crowding issues, distribution issues of hunters and elk. If you really want to do that, if you really want to manage hunters and put them, places where they can actually harvest elk and not have too many people, that would be the way to do it, in my opinion. And that's what I suggested, and that's what I sent in to Chuck and Heath as a sounding board comment. Did I get it, Chuck?
yeah, that jogged my memory, and yeah. So look, your comments are important and will be taken seriously, and we're going to discuss that issue later today, and we'll just see where this group comes down on it. So thank you for taking the time and for your serious and your educated comments. We appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you.
And that's the only person that came on to provide comments today. So Jasmine, I think you're good to go. Thank you so much for your help.
No problem. Thank you.
Appreciate it. I think, Druska, did you have a comment? You went off mute, so I didn't know if you...
Well, Jeff had sent in a comment on recommendation number 7, which is the biologist has to sit down with landowner working group kind of thing. And I was just going to assure him that, I mean, because I'm computer illiterate, I sent it to Deb, and then Deb sent it out to everybody. But, you know, I think people need to they need to know that we shared comments. We sent them around to everybody. And so people saw what everybody said. So nothing that came this way was ditched. And in the comment he said to me, he wanted the game wardens included in those meetings, which is a good idea. And then he talked about habitat, and habitat is really an important issue. I don't know if it'll be on our table, but it was on the table for yesterday's meeting that I was in. And so people should just be assured that we are taking all comments seriously.
Thank you, Druska. So it seems we're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is great. We'll have a little bit more time for discussions. This portion, we're going to dive into the recommendations and do a final vote for those. So the ones that we're going to address in this chunk, the first one up will be Chuck and Heath with that choose your weapon. Next will be the damage hunts, then the reduced length of the hunting season in Montana, and then the one that Druska was just mentioning, the FWP biologist and sit down with the landowners. So we'll talk about those 4 first and have a discussion about if we're going to support sending these to FWP. I do want you guys to keep in mind that when we vote, we have to have 9 members approve for it to get sent forward and accepted by the group overall. There's, of course, the hope that everybody supports it, but we do need at least 9 members saying that they support it. If we get to the end of the meeting and folks have dropped off, or you have to step away for a point in time, you will be sent a direct email with that recommendation in particular, saying this is the one that we're voting on to send to FWP. And you'll be given a date to respond to. So we'll say maybe you have 3 days to respond to XYZ recommendation if you support it or not. The way that we're going to move forward is if you do not respond back, it's going to be assumed that you do not support the recommendation. So please do, if you get that email, respond back, especially if you support the recommendation. But that will be just a way for us to move forward with the recommendations overall. But we have everybody here right now, so no emails will be sent as of thus far. When we get into this conversation discussion, I'm going to share my screen. We're going to do as we did previously, where it'll be on track changes. If any tweaks, changes, adjustments need to occur, I'll type them directly into the recommendation itself. We'll look over the content, and then at the end, we'll vote. With the discussions that we have, as Druska mentioned earlier, we can all read one sentence and interpret it in 12 different ways because we have 12 different folks here. So please, when you're having those conversations and discussions, make sure that we cover the intent. What specifically are you trying to achieve with what you're saying? So not necessarily just, I don't like this, but describe what you're trying to achieve overall. Or if there are any changes, please elaborate and describe as to why you want those changes to be made. The other thing that I'd like to say is this might be your pet, your love, your perfect recommendation. Please don't take it personally if people try to tweak, change, or adjust recommendations. I think that we all come from a good place overall. Are there any questions, comments, concerns before we get started? Okay. So first up I have is this one here, which is the choose your weapon. Can y'all see my screen? All that fun stuff. Yes, okay. Thank you, Scott. Choose your weapon. The intent is to reduce pressure on bull elk. I think, Chuck, you mentioned too, maybe to address overcrowding, but we have here address pressure on bull elk. Then we have the justification. So let me know if anybody needs a tweak, change, adjustment, whatnot. And I'll turn it over to Heath and Chuck to give us a little bit of context on the justification and description.
So, well, first of all, without Heath in this duo, we wouldn't have this good of a product. And so I want everybody to know that I really appreciate what he's brought here. And it's a better recommendation because of him. We should go back to intent. Originally, the intent, and I think Keith would probably agree, was, or part of the intent was not only to reduce pressure on bull elk, but also to ease the overcrowding issue, which is one of our major issues. So I'd like that put back in there. And I'm not going to talk much, but I do want to say, and I know Jeff there is probably listening, and probably a lot of other people. When I've raised the question of bifurcated seasons, I've gotten quite a bit of pushback. And one of the reasons for that, look, I don't have a dog in this fight. It doesn't personally matter to me one way or the other very much. I mean, I care about it, but it doesn't gall me one way or the other. One of the things that I got pushback on the bifurcated season was, well, look, I don't know when I can hunt. I could just hunt like at the end of the weeks. I can't hunt for 2 weeks straight. If the weather is really bad, I may not hunt at all during my period, and then won't be allowed to in the next session. So that bifurcated season has been aired to some extent, and there was pushback on it. There'll be pushback on this too, I get it. So we just need to decide as a group if we want to go forward as a recommendation. That's all it is, recommendation to FWP, and then see what they do with it. So, I'd just soon, Heath, if you get into talking about the justification and description and your analysis of that. So I'll turn it over to Heath.
Thanks, Chuck. Heath?
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. I'm sure you guys have a bunch of questions, so we definitely want to make sure we get to those. So from the feedback we got in talking to Chuck and the other guys, people weighing in here, the September 1st start date and run for 5 weeks, that was kind of justified by the fact that that takes a week off of archery season, and it makes it basically this. It still gives us a gap in there where we're not hunting public land elk for 2 full weeks there. Hopefully that little bit of pressure is taken off. I think that's a decent compromise from, maybe the whole month of October being taken off. I know the big one there is the choose your weapon for both species. So the concern with that is if you only have to choose one, I think you're going to have a bunch of archery elk hunters that spend the entire month or the entire rifle season hammering mule deer with a rifle. I think you could put an insane amount of pressure that's already on eastern Montana and make it even worse. And I think the only way you really are going to alleviate the overall hunters in the field and the pressure on public land is if you make people choose overall. Hopefully Deb can get us those numbers as far as what the archery stamps, but obviously there's a lot of people in the state hunting archery and rifles. So even if we have 50,000 archery stamps, if 20,000 of those chose to archery hunt specifically, that's 20,000 less people hunting rifle mule deer. And I'm not, obviously we're an elk group here, but because our seasons are tied together, it does have an impact on the other species. So that was kind of our thought there. And then that 2 week private land only cow tag, kind of the same deal. We're hoping that maybe some guys will shoot some cows in October, and then, maybe they're able to, if they're a rifle hunter, they're able to, be pickier, enjoy the hunt, whatever it may be, and not feel the pressure to just shoot the first animal they see. Maybe people are in the field longer and enjoy it more. And then we talked about taking the last week of the hunt off, and that comes from, it seems like there's a pretty big concern in the state, and Chuck brought it up about us hammering mule deer, clear into the end of November. So our thought was, if we could pull a week off of that, we're still catching, the 15, 16, 17, that time period, but it does take potentially 7 to 10 days off the end of a season there that probably saves a few mule deer. So that was basically our description there. Like I said, hit us with questions. We're just trying to draft the best proposal we can here.
I think Stephanie has a question for you, and then Brent. And then Ian. Stephanie?
I just have a quick question regarding, so if, let's say I put in for archery, would I be able to archery hunt deer during the month of November?
In theory, no. I guess it also depends. Like in my mind, and Chuck or whoever could weigh in, I think you're choosing a season. I think you're choosing the archery season or the rifle season would be my thought. At the same time, I don't know how many archery hunters we have that would, I'm sure there's some for sure that would try to hunt deer during rifle season. But in my mind, we're trying to limit pressure. We're trying to limit crowding. And if we can take 20, 25,000, whatever it may be, hunters out of the field in rifles during the general season, I would say no. I would say you're choosing the archery season to hunt. And Stephanie, Jess had the same question for me too, and I'm sure he'll watch this.
Okay, so we might need to add a bit of clarification in here about that in particular, perhaps. So we'll circle back to Stephanie on that. Brent, Ian, and then Scott.
Yes, I've got a few comments on this one now. It's changed quite a bit since we saw it first. I appreciate your work on it. First thing, I guess, it's the saving the mule deer. I'm not against saving some mule deer, but there are several units already in the state, hunting units, that restrict antler buck mule deer harvest to end on November 15th. And I guess I feel like knowing that Fish Wildlife Parks already has this tool in those areas to end the hunting of antler mule deer on November 15th. My argument would be that in those areas that are depleted of mule deer bucks, or the ratios getting too low, let them apply the November 15th closure on mule deer, but not truncate rifle season even longer. Keep that, closure around that week of Thanksgiving. That's tradition for folks. If we adopt this as a recommendation, hunters are already giving up a lot here. They're picking a weapon. They're potentially giving up 5 to 6 weeks. I don't think you want to truncate the rifle season anymore on people. I think this stopping a little early is a good idea on the deer, but I think that can be done on a unit to unit basis because it's already being done. Maybe not widely enough, because it sounds like several of you are seeing trouble on mule deer bucks late in the year. So maybe that just needs to be expanded. Probably not our purview here. I'm really wondering on this, if you do have to pick it for completely deer and elk, the deer take during archery season is pretty minimal. I think that's more of an opportunistic deal when you've got elk archers that have an opportunity for your deer, then it becomes a deer hunt. I feel like including deer in this as a pick your season is going to really push more hunters into the rifle season, which is going to be a fantastic benefit for those of us who like archery, but we might actually end up overcrowding more on rifle season than we intended here. Just a thought on that. You know, everyone's probably going to have a little different answer on this, but when I'm hunting elk, I'm usually selecting different regions than when I'm hunting deer. There's definitely overlap areas where the habitat's good on both, but a lot of hunters aren't going to go to the same place for each of those hunting seasons. So I'm not so sure that we have to restrict deer hunting as much with the pick your weapon yet. Just thoughts to consider. Yeah, that's all. Go ahead.
Thanks, Brent. So I think that Chuck has a response to your questions, and I'm going to jump in right before you, Chuck. I apologize. As we're moving forward and we have these conversations and discussions, I do want to keep in mind that we need to address what's happening in the recommendation itself, because this is going to be the document that goes forward and we're going to vote on it. So we can continue to make comments and discussions, but really start saying this needs to be changed or tweaked or edited in the recommendation itself so that we can capture that content and we can vote. We've got a lot of recommendations to go through. We do need to streamline this.
Right. So Kimberly, I guess my intent with bringing up those comments was to see what the other group of 12, whether they were leaning towards what was written or more in agreement with revising the document. As written, maybe we should have a vote right now and see if we've got 9 out of 12 positives. As currently written, it's not going to get my vote. And so there's some tweaks that I want to see.
I completely understand. As long as we're very clear on what those tweaks are for adjustments. I think that at this time, everybody should have read each of these and gone over it. So let's really think about what specific changes you need to have occur in the document itself. And let's get Chuck, then Ian, then Scott.
So yeah, thanks for those comments. Look, I threw the mule deer thing in just kind of at the end, thinking that, yeah, we need to do something about mule deer. Well, that wasn't really our charge, of course. But we don't want to do something in this group that jeopardizes a species that's already in jeopardy. There again, it's probably not our place on an elk advisory committee or group to deal with mule deer. That probably should be done, and Heath and I talked about it. There really should be a group like this, like we're on, to sit down and address the mule deer problem. So I don't have any problem just pulling the mule deer stuff out of there. Realizing, yes, there are other ways to manage the mule deer, and it really isn't our charge to manage mule deer with the elk advisory committee. So Heath, I don't know what you think about that. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. You know, I like our proposal, and if the mule deer mucks it up, and I think it probably does, then let's pull that part out.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm fine with that too. So with that being said, we could extend season dates back for a full 5 weeks, Chuck, I would assume.
Yeah, that's right. The only reason we chopped that week off was to save mule deer, and that can be done anyway.
So you need to erase this section here. The hunters would choose all that I have highlighted, erase that section.
Hold on.
Yep.
Hold on, Kimberly. Question for Brent real quick. And Stephanie, I guess. Would it change? So I think we extend the season dates back to what they were for 5 weeks, I guess. Would it change your feel overall if we allowed you to archery hunt during? So like if you were able to mule deer hunt with your weapon choice, so you could archery hunt in the rut, basically? Or what's your thoughts there?
It's Stephanie. Yes, I think it would. I think I'm inclined to say, hey, I put in for archery elk, but allow me to deer hunt during the deer season. Again, I think by tying the two together, I think we're gonna get a lot of pushback from the public. They like hunting that rut, the Thanksgiving tradition. I mean, I think I would be inclined, I'm speaking for myself, I would be okay hunting archery even during the rifle season, but I'm not sure that you would get that from everybody. So again, I think tying the deer tags to your elk tags might not necessarily benefit this recommendation moving forward with full public support.
Circling
Yeah,
back.
I guess to comment on mine, that's you lost my support when you tied picking a weapon for deer into this one. I think that in general, the public's gonna, and I don't disagree that elk don't know whether you've got a deer tag in your pocket or an elk tag in your pocket. I get that, but I think a good starting point is to see what we do with the elk hunters by making them select a weapon, and don't do it across. And I don't know if Scott Van Dyke, and I know he's worried about starting this statewide. And this only makes it worse if you do deer as well, right, Scott? Yeah.
Yeah, I get your point, Brent. I'm good with that too. My only concern was that we now turn, a bunch of people that only archery elk hunted loose, and all they're doing for 5 weeks is just deer hunting.
Sure.
I just thought there might be some adverse effects there. We might hurt some deer populations, but at the same time, that's the FWP's baby to manage, right? So
Right, and they'll probably have to do that with season structure.
Yep.
On mule deer.
So
Yeah.
let's get the content here that we want. We've got a couple hands up. So Ian, Scott, and Druska have their hands up. And one other consideration, let's address this description here. We're talking a little bit about recognizing that there's an effect on mule deer. And I just wanted to highlight, we could put in the limitations or unintended consequences. FWP, please consider the effects that this will have on mule deer and potentially develop a committee to address XYZ concerns. We can do that if that's something that you're interested in doing as well.
And Kimberly, I wanted to just jump in quick.
Mhm.
I think Scott Van Dyken had his hand up for the longest right now. He's been sitting there.
Yes, I think Ian and Scott have been sitting there for a bit of time. Let's just see if we can close out this comment really fast, but Scott and Ian, and then other Scott and Druska as well, we do need to address their comments. And Scott, does it have to do specifically with tweaking, changing, and adjusting this verbiage here with mule deer?
No, it has to do with the whole. So you can do, I'm patient, kind of, not really. But you can do your tweak and then I'll talk.
Welcome to the virtual where we all have to go in a line. Okay, does anybody have any additional comments on the component of mule deer that we need to address before we tweak, change, and adjust this verbiage here? I'm talking specifically to Druska, Ian, and the two Scots.
So I had keyed in on your possible unintended consequences area also. And you could just make a simple statement that says this plan or recommendation may have adverse effects on other species, and leave it at that. And then we're not even telling FWP to do something about deer. We're just saying it may have unintended consequences.
Okay. Are folks comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then for the verbiage up here, and then we'll get Ian and the two Scots. Oh, sorry, I'm just going to make you guys seasick. I apologize. For the verbiage up here, how do we want to change it and adjust it? Do we want to just delete all of this component?
delete that one. Delete the next one up.
Yep.
Yep. And then you could change that date there to like November 27th, or just a 5-week rifle season.
November 27th.
You could say rifle season would remain unchanged.
Yeah.
Okay.
The department's gonna like that more. They're pretty regimented in their third Saturday and weekend after Thanksgiving closure.
Okay. I'll just take this out and say rifle season would remain unchanged instead of the dates.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, perfect. And then let's get Ian, Scott, and then Scott. So Scott Van Dyken first, but Ian first.
I guess on the lines of the mule deer thing, I mean, I agree with the direction that we're going. I think as far as intent goes, I think the way that it's written up here, I mean, if we were trying to reduce pressure, I mean, this will reduce more pressure, but maybe maybe that could be a tiered approach, that you start out with this reduced version that we have, and I mean, you could potentially put in something that you know picking your weapon between deer and elk could be a subsequent step if this didn't get to the desired effect. But I guess the reason I originally raised my hand was, Kimberly, if you don't mind going back to the intent section, I was going to get the group's take. Is so we say reduce pressure on bull elk. I'm just curious if group would be okay with rewording that to say reduce pressure on elk and ease pressure and overcrowding on public land. I think the public land component is the big intent here, because I don't know that we have a private land issue, or if we do, it's probably only on like block management. And then maybe this is just me, but in the justification section, I wouldn't mind seeing a clarifying item to the kind of more of the hunting public when this goes out there, that this is that this idea that we're putting out there is kind of in response to the current situation that we're in, and FWP's, I guess, unwillingness to invest money, our sportsman dollars, back into habitat enhancement and other stuff that, this isn't the only way to make the hunting experience better. I mean, if there was more animals on the landscape, the experience would be better also. This is the response to, in my opinion, given the current number of animals on public land or lack thereof, this is a response that the group is coming up with, some sort of clarification that we're not just a bunch of jerks that are anti-hunters or whatever, with some of the comments that we've already received on this. I don't know. I mean, I'm not set on that, but I guess I wouldn't mind adding a little bit more clarification to the public.
I don't think that, like, the habitat justification, I don't think necessarily pertains to this proposal. I know what you're saying, but I think we could tie that into maybe a different proposal. Because I think it is more widespread than just habitat, for sure.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. Like, I mean, that just trying to counteract some of the, we're an this is a group of anti-hunters or something that is coming up with these elk, I don't know, just that spin that's going to get put out there. I don't know, because that's not the case. We're the intent is to improve the experience given the current stuff, and maybe that's not needed. Maybe it's already comes across, but I don't know.
You got a couple head nods on the habitat component, and then let's do the intent first. Are we comfortable with that? And I know that Chuck just raised his hand and Matt raised his hand. It's probably in response to this conversation, but we do need to get the other two Scots because they have been waiting for a smidge of time. Are we comfortable with this intent changes first? Let's just go there. Couple thumbs up. Okay. Okay. No. Chuck. Okay. Chuck, tell me why. Tell me what's going on.
I'm not comfortable with that intent, and here's why. We don't want to reduce pressure. We don't ever intend to reduce pressure on cow elk. We want to increase pressure on cow elk. So I don't think putting bull. I haven't had time to figure out how I want to say this, but we may want to reduce pressure on cow elk on public land, and we want to increase the pressure on cow elk on private land. So So it reduced pressure on cow elk on public land and ease the pressure of overcrowding on public land. I mean, that's probably a better way to say that than that, but that would be my intent.
What do folks think of that?
I kind of agree with or where Chuck's going with that. I see the intent that I guess the reason why I was saying strike out the bull or the bull component is because there are a lot of cow tags that are valid on public land, and if the herd of elk doesn't know whether you're a cow hunter or a bull hunter, that was what I was getting at, but I think we're probably more on the same lines.
I
Okay.
think we should just say reduce pressure on elk on public land, not, don't you, Ian? Just, we don't have to discriminate between the two.
Yeah.
How about reduce the pressure on elk on public land by easing the crowding on public land?
And then what do you guys think of that? And then Matt, did you have something to add to the intent component too?
No, Chuck covered exactly what I was going to say.
Okay. So what do you guys think of this? Oh, it's a thumbs up. Okay. I'm going to say we're comfortable with this, recognizing that we will be voting on this overall. So please now speak now, if forever hold your peace. Huge thank you to Scott Van Dyken for holding and other Scott as well for holding. Let's get Scott Van Dyken first.
So I had a quick question, maybe somebody on here knows, or maybe Deb knows. How many rifle hunters are there on average, roughly?
Okay, I just got some information and it will answer the archery question from before too. Let me find it. So in 2021, we just went back 1 year. Archery hunters were about 44,200, and general elk tags that were sold and elk B tags. So that's not necessarily individual hunters, but the tags sold was 400. So archery was 44,000 and rifle was 187,000 in 2021. And that's resident and non-resident.
Okay, so I guess here's my question is so of the 44,000, how many people of those 44,000, because I'm one of them, how many of those 44,000 are going to choose rifle season over a bow season? And I'm probably going to be one because I can take more time off, because more crime happens in the summertime than it does in the wintertime. So I'm going to take rifle season off. And so I think what we're going to mainly do is we're going to lower the bow pressure out on public land, and you're going to increase the rifle pressure, because it just doesn't make sense to jam all those. So maybe you'll have 30,000 people roughly choose to bow hunt, and then those other 14,000, of which I'm one, is going to be on the rifle season. So I'm going to jam all those people into the rifle season. I think you're going to have the opposite effect of what you're trying to do here. And that's why I think I don't like conducting an experiment on the entire state hoping this is going to work. I think we need to take and do an example, or maybe even poll the public before we make this into a recommendation, which I know we don't have time to do that now, but poll the public and say, hey, of average, call all these hunters, a smattering of them, just like they do, and say, find out what percentage of these bow hunters that are buying a bow stamp are going to choose rifle or bow. And then you'll have a better understanding of where we're going to go out. Because even if you took those 44,000 out of that 187, if that was the number, you'd still have 143,000 rifle hunters out there. I don't see this working to relieve the rifle pressure. I think it will relieve the bow pressure, and I think bow hunters are going to have a little bit better odd on it. Other than that, I mean, everybody knows me and Stephanie had a good, healthy discussion on it. And Brent and a lot of other guys kind of said some points that I was going to say as well in relation to deer and all that other stuff. But I just don't think this is going to necessarily have the effect, because you have 187,000 or maybe even 150,000 people out there rifle hunting that are probably going to continue to rifle hunt.
So Scott, based off of that, should I take in the description section, maybe say FWP should begin the process by evaluating the number of the public perception and who would be bow hunting versus rifle hunting, and if this would be an effective recommendation or something to that effect?
I don't think necessarily public perception, because public perceptions, just because that's her perception doesn't make it realistic. I just think we should base this on some scientific factors or some statistics that show, hey, statistics show of those 44,000 people that bought a bow stamp, 15,000 of those people are going to choose rifle. And of those 44,000 people that choose bow stamp, like my neighbor, he never rifle hunts. All he does is bow hunt. So he's not going to be one that's going to change into rifle, and he's not one of those 87,000. So I think you need to do some research on this to see what actual effect this will have, because I don't think it's going to be as dramatic. You're not going to cut that rifle number in half. You may cut the bow number in half, which is going to keep your rifle number high. I think we need to do some scientific or some polling and find out what potentially this could look at. And then I'd be happier to vote in favor of this if we knew where we might end up in numbers.
So how could we incorporate, this is a question for the group, and I did see Heath and Stephanie's hand and Brent's hand pop up while we were having this conversation. How could we incorporate Scott's thoughts into either the description or the unintended consequences? How could we incorporate that into this space here so we can make him more comfortable?
Can I jump in on that really fast? So couldn't we put that, isn't there a section below description on who's responsible for implementation? Couldn't we put that in there and charge Fish and Game with the responsibility to do everything that Scott just said?
So we have the people and organizations, the timeline, authority to take action, limitations, unintended consequences, and feasibility of implementation. We could put it in any of those.
That feasibility part, possibly, I would think.
Yeah, I would put it under that and say, this is what Fish and Game needs to look at. The options that Scott presented of whether doing it on a small scale or a large scale, that should just fall under Fish and Game's responsibility to determine what's best to do there, not ours, I think.
So FWP should evaluate the effectiveness of this?
And I'm good with that. And that's a good idea Scott has. And I appreciate Chuck and his work on this, and I know, like, I bow hunt and I rifle hunt. If I don't kill my elk with a bow, I'm going to go kill it with a rifle. And I think you might limit some of the people. We want to kill elk in a lot of areas, and you might limit, because I'm going to kill an elk every year. And me and everybody in my group is going to kill an elk every year. If we don't get it during bow, we're going to get it with rifle. If I don't get it within walking distance, I'm going to load up my horses and mules. I'm going to go way back in the middle of nowhere, and I'm going to get one that way. And I think you could limit the people that are going to actually get your elk killed.
So FWP should evaluate the effectiveness of this program prior to implementation. Is there anything in specific, because we did talk about that bow hunting versus rifle and how many people would choose or select. Is there anything specific on that you want me to add in here?
Well, specifically, I think they need to evaluate whether this program needs to be initiated on a trial basis in specific regions, which was, I think, what Scott had mentioned, or whether it was going to be a statewide trial. That's
Hold on.
the question we're asking, right?
Before you put that in there, Kimberly, if we do that, nobody's going to do it.
Yeah.
Because you're taking a proposal and you're making it more limited. I don't want to choose my weapon and choose my unit. I want to choose my weapon, like as a hunter, right? So if you say, well, these 10 units, if you choose to archery hunt, that's the only thing you get to do, which I understand we have some parts of the state like that right now. But what I'm saying is, if we're trying to see how effective it is for the overall state, you're not gaining anything. Because if that was the case, we'd already have it from the data from the units that went that way this year.
That's a good
right?
point.
Because I mean, we would take a proposal and make it more limited. It wouldn't be an apples to apples comparison, right? Rather than choose what weapon you're choosing, you'd be choosing your weapon and your unit. I think that would be a much harder sell.
And I agree with Heath on that. And that's why I say, if we had some research and some polling to find out what people, because if we implement this and it only reduces the number of rifle hunters by 15,000, you're not getting enough juice for the squeeze on that. And, I mean, so that's why I think before you implement something, you got to find out what you're going to get out of it. And if you're not going to get it, I think if you had fishing games polling people that call you every year and say, how many days you hunt, do all that stuff, and you say, if you had to choose, would you choose X or would you choose Y? And you get a better, it could just be a polling thing, and, and then you could make an educated guess off that.
So
I think, so question. Does anybody know off the top of their head, maybe Deb, what archery success rate is in this state?
I think it's 8% last I heard, Heath.
Yeah,
For bulls.
it's low. I can also find out from.
I mean, just like as a ballpark, if we estimate 10% and we have 44,000 archery hunters, you're talking 4,400 deer or 4,400 elk potentially getting killed right now. So I mean, at the same point, we basically are probably seeing 40,000 archery hunters that are also rifle hunting. Like those are, I mean, obviously really rough numbers, and that might not be the case. Like I haven't rifle elk hunted in, I don't know, 5 years. So I mean, there are some oddballs out there for sure.
But in the same token, you'd have people like me of that 44,000 that would choose a rifle. So you're going to drastically reduce the pressure in the competition you have in the same breath, which is more beneficial for you and less beneficial for me.
Right.
So we have lots of hands up right now. I want to make sure that we're comfortable with this statement right here. Chuck is raising his hand. Okay, Chuck is not comfortable. So whoever's not comfortable with the statement, that's where we need to be. So let's start with Chuck.
Well, I'm fairly comfortable with it, but I don't think it really goes far enough. And here's my take. I think that, look, FWP is going to do exactly what I got to say anyway. They're just going to do it. What I say is FWP must solicit public comment on this proposal prior to implementation. They're good. If we throw this to them, they're going to have public meetings. They're going to have public hearings. It's too big of a change not to. And if they get their ears lowered on this deal, fine. We threw it out at them. The public hates it. Okay. Sorry, we were on the wrong boat, Heath. But I mean, I think we're on the right boat, but that doesn't matter. What matters is if the public rejects it, it's never going to work. So, I mean, we can say it that way, but you need to put public comment in with your parentheses at least, or change it to what I said.
Should evaluate the effectiveness of the program and public comment. Can I do that?
I like the way that Chuck said it, if you can remember what you said.
I got it written down, so because I put some thought into it. And here's what I wrote down. FWP must solicit public comment
Sorry, guys.
on this proposal prior to implementation. Period.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's going to happen anyway, but I think it's good to say it.
So won't the evaluation of it occur within the public comment period and we get rid of the first sentence, or do we have to keep the first sentence?
Well, they'll throw the proposal out, they'll get public comment, and then they'll evaluate what the going forward will do. And if it's if it isn't going to do anything, like Scott said, it's not going to do anything, they're just not going to do it. Now, we could leave that first sentence in there. It's not hurting anything.
Okay.
There are two things that are happening here. One's public comment to see how the state would react, how folks would react, but then the other is sort of evaluating how effective the selection process would be. Would it be overall effective?
Then let's just leave them both there.
Okay. Are you guys comfortable with this before we move on to, I think Scott has his hand up the longest, but then also recognizing Brett, Stephanie, Matt, and Jessica just raised their hands as well. So are we comfortable with this? Okay. Let's get Scott, then Brent, Stephanie, and Matt.
I don't want to go, back too far, but I was just going to comment on some of the description stuff. So I'll just wait until we get back to that. So just, go with the flow of the group here and we'll go from there.
Thank you for your graciousness, especially in the virtual space. I know it's really fun. We will circle back to you. Brent and then Matt.
Mine is probably a quick clarification from Deb. She lumped the general elk and bee licenses together. I think it's important here that just the general elk license is what I'm more interested in alone of those 187,000. I like how Scott Van Dyken did the math, and I just want to make sure we're kind of close to the right numbers. My gut feeling is a lot of people buy a general elk, and then a few of those same people buy the bee license. So do you have the general elk alone?
General elk is 157,241 for 2021.
Okay, thanks. So it didn't change it much. So Scott's math is probably pretty good.
30,000.
Thanks.
Okay, let's get Matt then.
So could you refresh my memory as to why, like, these appear to be two separate proposals to me? Like, the choose your weapon is a pretty big proposal, and this change in the season structure seems like a separate proposal to me. And I presume we did that for a reason, but did we?
Yeah, originally, Matt, when we did it, it was trying to entice the choose your weapon so that you had the September month to archery, the October month to private land elk hunt. So you would basically show that you still had 8 weeks of hunting in there. And then the rifle season be in November. That's why that was originally put that way. But it could, I mean, at this point, like we said in the beginning here, you could basically change it to align to the normal season structure for our proposal. I don't know what race has coming.
You mean do away with the 2 week cow only season, or?
No, sorry. The rifle season part of it will remain unchanged. Basically, is what I was saying. You'd
Oh.
still have the date, the rifle season dates, the whatever it is, the through Thanksgiving weekend deal.
Okay. All right. I guess I'm just wondering, does anybody else see this as two separate proposals when we're talking about the 2 week break? Or is that in a separate proposal for the 2 week cow season?
Well, yeah, it is. It really is it really is. It just, part of the reason that's in there, there's a little season setting going on here. I get that. And it is a separate proposal. It's not something that we were banned from addressing. It just made this system more appealing. And it did further some of our, well, we thought it did. Thought it made it more appealing to the different user groups. And we thought it might make it more effective as far as killing elk if we threw that cow season in there on private land to shove elk back onto the public land prior to the rifle season. So it doesn't have to be there. Nothing has to be there. We could just stick with our with whatever season we've had before, our archery season and our elk season, not have that 2 week period in there. That's certainly within the possibility. If we've got out over our skis a little too far on this, that's easily fixed to change that back.
No, I mean, personally, I really like that 2 week cow only.
I do too.
I mean, I want that to be highlighted in its own. I don't want it to be glossed over and lost with people not liking the choose your weapon is my major concern with this whole thing. I would like it to be debated separately from the choose your weapon.
So you would rather make it a new recommendation versus name it in the name of the recommendation?
Well, yeah, I mean, my concern is like there's going to be plenty of controversy with the choose your weapon, and we're going to get this 2-week cow season thrown out with it. And I don't want that to happen.
Thoughts on, oh, everybody raised their hand. Let's get Druska, Scott, and then Race, and then we'll circle back to you, Scott, for the description portion.
So Matt questioned what Race has in his, which is shortening the season and doing other things. So maybe we could hold on that whole idea of not losing it till Race does his, because he talks about his proposal today, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's the third one.
Yeah, and so maybe we make sure that the 2-week cow tag or something gets taken care of in his proposal, or we leave it in, yeah. Anyway, you get it.
Okay, does that work? So we'll hold it here or highlight it. We'll make sure that it's in Races, and if not, if that doesn't accommodate, then we can develop one last recommendation too as well, or not one last, an additional recommendation as well. We'll circle back at the end on that comment. Race?
No, that's just wanted to throw out one more idea. And I know we get talking a lot about this, but just trying to get back to one of the main, I guess, duties that we have here is to try to eliminate some elk on these areas that are over objective. And, I think I love, we're doing a lot of good work here and there's a lot of good thought into it. And I'm fine with, I think Scott's point there about not trying to cause any problems with, this kind of change the season deal, add a few things to this other proposal is fine with me. I don't have any problem with that. I will tell you, just to preface that a little bit, a lot of the comments we had in there and in that proposal were pretty general. The public really that responded back and made comment really looked at it as adjustments and kind of the shoulder season stuff. That's how they looked at those that proposal when we looked at it, if you read the comments anyway. So I think a little tweak there and add that to the season is probably where they feel like the best use of that. Having said that, I think there's one good proposal that was put out that come out of a member of the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation when we start talking about seasons, and that could help distribute these elk. And that was to allow archery hunters to pack a rifle to kill cow elk during archery season. And I think it would disperse some elk back across. I've seen that a couple different times, in comments that I've received. And I think it makes sense when we talk about getting elk back off of some public, private land that to some areas that are public. If, so if we can be pretty liberal in those areas, I think somewhere in here we ought to continue to add, pressure on elk on these private lands that, say for instance, during that would allow us to let these archery hunters do some hazing, if you will, during, archery season with their rifle, and that pack a kid with a, some kind of a cow tag. So anyway, it might defeat the purpose for some people wanting to outfit, but for us, I think it accomplishes what we'd want to set out to do.
Okay. Came back on. Okay. Okay.
Scott Tiekenberger, is your hand still up or you have another
His
question?
hand is still up.
Okay, so I guess on Races, my concern would be with technology on how it's changed. And I'd ask Heath or Stephanie, who's a purist bow hunter on this. I know how I would feel is a lot of the, with technology today, you can get within 600 yards and kill an elk every shot time you pull a trigger. And Stephanie's on a side of a hill sneaking up on a herd of elk. And Scott smokes one from 600 yards away when she's within 50 yards of it. I think you're asking for trouble letting people shoot rifles during bow season. I think you'd have fights, and I think the danger to your fellow hunters would be crazy. So I understand, sorry, Race, but I would not be in support of that. I think it would be dangerous, and I think it would be a huge pushback from the bow hunters.
Oh,
I
for
think it'd
sure.
have to be private land only so that you could control that issue.
I think that works on private land only, but I don't think it works on sign-in box block management stuff.
And Stephanie
And
was,
actually, I am muted, sorry, and I would agree with that. I wasn't really focusing in on the safety, but that actually was a comment that come right from a director on Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, I believe, was to do that on private lands only, so that we could get those elk back on public land as well while we're doing this. And anyway, once again, it's kind of that same old story. We're talking about, we've talked a lot in this proposal about, kind of lowering that pressure. But Chuck stood right up and said only on part of the species. We want to pressure on some cows on these private lands and get them off there, right? And do two things: help us control numbers where we're over objective, and number two, get them back on some public land, hopefully. So I like the intent of all of this. And yeah, I sure didn't want to. I think if I said to allow that on public land, I did not mean to. Once again, I'm not an archery hunter, and so those of you that are, have a lot better information on what's safe and what we can really do on the landscape.
okay. So no changes as of thus far. Let's get Stephanie real quick.
I just see it as a safety issue. That's my main thing. Obviously, if it was on private land, it would have to still be very controlled in a fashion that, there's a lot of public land that borders private land that, I know we've used decoys sneaking up. I would hate, again, it would be a very big safety issue. Have to be so careful, and I really picture something very bad happening. You'd have to start wearing orange during archery season, and I think the archery community would not be very on board with this proposal, or that portion of the proposal, carrying rifles during archery.
Thank you, Stephanie. And then Heath.
We want to finish one proposal before we work on three.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess, Brent, any feedback on the way we adjusted like the season dates? Is that enough, or would it be better to have another week in there, like a third week of private land cow elk hunting to incentivize that? Any suggestions? Anybody?
Pat? Or is that a residual? We're still.
No, I just put it up there.
Okay.
I just want to say, so with the changes that we've made under the description, I think, Brent did a good job of talking through all that earlier, so I'm not going to do that. But I'm okay with what I see on there right now as it is. I just wanted to mention that I would, since we put the Thanksgiving week back on the table as far as the rifle hunt, I would be okay with taking that week off the front so that you had 3 weeks for a cow hunt instead of just 2. But that's not a deal breaker for me. I'm okay with it either way, but that is an option that I see.
Deb came on camera, so let's make some space for.
I just wanted to share, we do collect the archery elk hunter effort every other year. And the last year we did it was 2020, and the success rate was 14% in 2020.
Thanks, Deb. So let's get Chuck and then see what Scott's other comment was on the description, and then see if we can close this one out.
Okay, let's clean this up a little bit. On the first line, take out make and capitalize hunters. The second line, I'm not sure we need in there, but we can talk about that. I just don't know. where we're going with that one for sure. The third line is fine, except then starting on there would be a 2-week break. Make
Mhm.
that a new sentence.
You mean entered
There
like
would
that?
be a 2, yeah.
Okay.
And we could say, we could give some room there. There would be a 2 or 3 week break, which cow hunting would be in October. Now put it, well, that could be, I guess that would be, yeah, that's fine. Just put it there.
Okay.
And then rifle season, make a new line on that one.
Mhm.
Yep. That
Mm.
just, so is there comment on adjust the season structure to reduce overall pressure on public land bull elk? I don't know what that means, actually, as I think about that. Heath, have you got do we need that in there, or why is it in there?
No, I don't think so at all. I think that's it. We're catching that in the intent. I think we're good getting rid of that.
What was it again?
That line you have struck through the second line there, it's fine now.
Okay.
So that's all I had, Kimberly, was just a little cleanup of that. If we're going to vote on this, and if it passes and we want something to send on that makes sense, that's why I brought those up.
Perfect. Let's get Druska, Stephanie, and then Scott. And Scott will also circle back with your description when it's your turn as well. So Druska, Stephanie, then Scott.
So there's a tendency in many of these recommendations to make the statement private land only. And I get why we would do that. My question is just in an overall, are we damaging relationships because we're putting too much of the onus on private land? And I don't know how else to accomplish some of the things that we want to do. But I would just throwing it out there. We don't have to answer the question. I just want to make sure that we're all aware of that.
Is that something you want me to put in unintended consequences or anything?
I don't know. I wouldn't do that without everybody else weighing in, but I just don't know how much pressure that brings.
I personally think that's a good comment, but I don't think that's the intent of anybody in the group. I think it's to acknowledge that all the public land pressure is creating a lot of the burden that is felt on private land, but that is the flip side of the coin. That I don't know, that's a valid comment. That appreciate it.
Thanks, Ian. Okay. So what do you guys want me to do about that? If anything. And then we'll get Stephanie and Scott.
I think it's fine as is. I think, Drusha brings up a good point, but, we have people talking about too many elk on private land, and the only resource we have to manage those is hunters.
Correct.
So, and if we can set up a season to where there's no other hunting going on at the same time, in October, it might incentivize some people to actually want to hunt private land cow elk.
Okay.
But I think it could be, there's going to be some landowners that are sick of people knocking on their door for sure. But it's also it's a tool, basically.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Let's get Stephanie and then Scott.
I just have a quick cleanup. I think you could move rifle season will remain unchanged and just put that right after archery season. And then make hunters choose which weapons weapons. It almost is like what weapon / season maybe they hunt within. Just because there's some archery hunters who hunt during rifle, so it's more you're choosing which season. Obviously during archery you can't shoot a rifle, but you could shoot a crossbow or something during rifle season. So just to clarify which season.
So weapon / season works for you? Okay. Let's get Scott. And maybe if you want to talk about your description.
I kind of did talk about what I want to say about the description. I think under description now, the only thing I see is I think I would put elk in front of hunters on the first line, so we don't have any confusion about what we're doing there. And then since Stephanie added that /season, I think you want to add hunt with /in, and that's it.
/in. Okay, perfect. Other Scott Van Dyke.
So I'm curious from the, like, I don't have any elk on my land, but I'm curious from the landowners that outfit, if that have too many elk on their place, if they're gonna let these people go hunt and shoot cows on their land, when they have to turn around at the end of it and go outfit. Like, I think Chuck says he outfits a little, and I think Matt says he outfits. So, and I know you have probably later in the season, you have a lot of cows on your land that you want off because they're grazing everything down. But is there, just out of curiosity, is there a bunch of landowners that aren't gonna let anybody shoot cows on their land during those 3 weeks because they don't want them to chase the cows off with the bulls, and then they aren't gonna have anything for their hunters?
Yeah, valid point, if I may, Kimberly. So, yeah, I've thought about that. I'm retired from my previous sinful past of being an outfitter, but look, landowners are always going to choose what works best for them. So I can't predict what would happen. There will be some landowners, there will be some private land that we won't get on. This proposal isn't going to change that. You can, the landowner will make that decision, and it kind of addresses Druska's point. Are we putting too much pressure on the private landowner? Well, that's just a private property choice. So I don't think that's it may not be a game changer as far as getting elk killed. I don't know that, but it sure won't hurt anything to have that opportunity.
Okay, Scott?
I don't know this for a fact, but I think a lot of the areas where we're talking about these over objective cow hunts are going to be areas that are special draw for bulls anyway. So I'm not so sure that, I'm sure there are some, Scott, but I think a lot of them are going to be, there's not going to be a whole lot of bull hunting opportunities anyway.
Okay. Druska?
I agree with Scott. I think the places where you see so many elk down in the river bottoms and along the ag fields pretty much aren't going to have the bull elk with them. Ours never do. And cleanup thing, Kimberly, on the rifle season will remain unchanged. I liked it when it was, like a separate sentence, so it can go right below archery. And then you have both seasons addressed at the same time.
Perfect.
Does that work, Stephanie, or did that mess up what you wanted?
She gave you a thumbs up.
Okay.
All right, that's good. Thanks.
So, any other tweaks, changes, adjustments on this one? Just scroll down. So we've got the people timeline, authority to take action. This plan we added this portion and this portion.
So in that limitations and unintended consequences, are we going to take out all of the deer language? So all of those, the black would be gone, and we're just saying that might have adverse effects.
That?
Yeah, I thought that's what we were doing. If that's not.
Yeah, I didn't delete that first portion. I apologize. I just added that sentence.
Okay.
I think that one of the unintended consequences here could be adversely affecting mule deer. So I think that should be noted.
So the reason why
I don't know what, excuse me. Go ahead.
well, the reason why I used the word species was people were saying that we don't really have any control over deer. That's different than our charge. So I didn't know if we wanted mule deer listed.
Well, what other species would we, I can't think of another species that we would impact. You know, what other species did you have in mind?
Nothing. I was just trying to avoid mule deer.
Yeah.
Because you're not making a recommendation here, you're just saying that this might impact. I think you're okay with naming the species here.
Okay, that's fine then.
So instead of other species, we'll just add the mule deer and be
I like that. That's
Okay,
what.
that's fine.
Perfect.
Okay.
Anything else? I'm just going to throw out here. You guys need more time in the next meeting. Just going to let you know, probably that's going to happen.
Yeah. So in feasibility, should easily implemented by FWP be removed, since we just decided that that's really not that easy?
Yeah.
I'm good with it.
How's everybody else feeling? Thank you, Brent. Thank you, Aaron. Okay, we're going to vote on it. So is there a certain section you want me to highlight while we're doing this so that we know exactly? I can do the description portion. That seems like the most important part. The actions that we're going to take. So this is what it would look like. Okay. So choose your weapon. What we're going to do is, are those hands raised for questions, Brent and Heath?
I just happen to notice your title now. They made a good change to the weapon season issue down below, and perhaps we should say do a / season there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I think Heath, was it, did you have your hand up?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I just read something wrong. You're good.
Okay. So I'm going to vote yay or nay. So all those in favor of sending this recommendation to FWP. I need some form. Let's get. Okay, I've got everybody positive except Scott Van Dyken. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm against
Okay.
it.
Okay. I'm assuming you're a no.
I am, I know.
Okay. Is there any comment or anything you'd want us to take into consideration? And your answer?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, being the lone no on this, yeah, I just don't think the juice is worth the squeeze on this, because you're going to jam essentially 157,000 rifle hunters into one season. You're probably going to lower both hunter seasons, and I don't think it's going to accomplish what you want. So that's why I think I'm opposed to this.
And we do want to, Scott, I appreciate that. And we do want to record any of the, I guess, dissenting opinions on this and why. So we will document that.
And I respect everybody's opinion, but it's democracy, so I'm right.
Okay.
Kimberly, if I might, I respect Scott's opinion, and I really do, Scott. And if you're right, I think that's going to come out in the evaluation of this. And if it's a bad idea, it's a bad idea, and it isn't going to fly. So, look, appreciate everybody weighing in and being honest. That's, now's not the time to try to win a popularity contest. We're talking about big stakes here. So let's good on everybody for their input here. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that, Chuck. And yes,
I agree. I mean, there's nothing personal against anybody that did this. It's just we're all entitled to opinions. So I respect everybody and their opinion on it. So.
And Stephanie, you have your hand up.
I just want to make a note that the only thing that I don't necessarily 100% totally like about this is shortening archery by a week. So I just want to make that note. However, I do think that this is like people were saying before, this is a time where we're all going to have to give a little bit and wiggle a little bit to get these. The stakes are high, so we need to find compromise. And so I just wanted to make a note of that.
I will note it and thank you for sharing. Okay. So next we have the promote focus damaged hunts. Let me see. So I had scheduled a break in about 7 minutes. So I don't know if you guys want to take a quick break before we jump into the focused damage hunts, or Stephanie shaking her head. No. Okay. Does anybody, are we all okay with keep going? Okay, we're gonna keep going. Okay. Can y'all see my screen? Okay. So this is damage, the promote damage hunts. What I'll do is I'll show you the key issues, the title. Then we have the intent. Allow landowners and biologists to have a list of willing participants that are more localized to address issues. This is a harvest tool to help landowners. And then I'll turn it over to Stephanie for the justification and description. Where did you go on my screen? Oh, there you are. So Stephanie. Stephanie?
Sorry, would you want me to just read it, or?
Oh no, if you want to highlight anything or let us know, because you made a couple tweaks and changes in here. So
Yep,
I didn't.
I made just a couple tweaks and changes based on feedback from the group, as well as some of the sounding board members. And so, so those tweaks I think are noted in blue, correct?
Yeah, it's what you emailed me. So yeah, it should be blue.
Okay, perfect. Yep. So the big ones are more or less, several folks said that if you attached a fee for it, that it would create a value to it, and people would be more inclined to actually have vested interest in participating. Also at this time of sign up, the person will qualify by selecting a box. Either they reside within 150 miles of the desired unit or are available within 24 hours. And non-residents cannot participate in damage hunts. And landowners are allowed to select sometimes certain amounts of those damage hunt participants. So they would be able to select non-residents if they had some in mind, I suppose. Add a second sign up period. So keep the June 15th through July 15th for damage hunts occurring through August through December 31st, and then add a November to December 15th sign up for hunts after January 1st. I think also we discussed access. So I think all landowners who provide some degree of unpaid access are eligible. So that would include block management participants, including friends and family, participating in 454s, et cetera, and is not limited to open public access. So you do not have to have just some degree of public access open. I think there was just some confusion in the wording on the line that was crossed out. I think that actually kind of flared up some folks in the public that the landowners would be picking all of the people off of the list. So that's just kind of a cleanup. We also talked about having, because there are some, I know, a tag, bull tag, or antler deer in some situations, which I suppose you would take out the deer part in this, since we're not addressing deer. But the A-tag damage hunts can occur with biologist approval, and those participants would be chosen from tag holders who receive their tag in the draw. and did not fill it during the general season. It would just need to be noted that it's not an opportunity for the participant to be choosy looking for quality animals. I've heard some folks who have helped with these CAG damage hunts, and the public person will come out and be like, well, I don't want to shoot that raghorn on your haystack. I'd rather hold out for a bigger one. So we just kind of clarified that. And then landowners and biologists have the ability to give participants a strike, and they are removed from participation in the damage hunt roster for bad behavior. And then participants are removed from following year from participating if they decline or do not show up. And then mandatory reporting. I think that's all.
Thank you, Stephanie. So I'm going to zoom in on portions, so you're not going to be able to see all of the screen. There's a lot of text there. So if you do want to see additional components of it, please pull up the one that you have on your screen. I know that Stephanie has sent it out, but I do want to recognize I will try to zoom in as much as I can. Any questions to start? Or clarification? Yes, Chuck.
Yeah, so scroll up to the one about what it takes, eligibility, the access one.
Access.
So yeah, Stephanie, my game warden brought that up to me, and he said that's the toughest thing that not the game warden, my biologist, that's the toughest thing to decide is who can qualify. And he said, if you can clarify that on part of your committee, that will really help me out. So I'm just wondering, I think I like this. I think it's good. There's some degree of unpaid access. That's pretty wide open. Is that, maybe we should ask Deb, is that going to go against FWP policy? Will that be a policy change? Or I think it's a crucial point. I like what Stephanie's done with it. I just want to know if we're beating our head against the wall on that one. If Deb's on, maybe she could. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Deb, but if we're okay, then I think we should endorse it.
Yeah, no, so for damage hunts, we do require access. So again, Chuck, I think the more specific you guys could be with what that some degree means of unpaid access, if the biologist is telling you that would help him as well, I definitely don't disagree. So if you guys could define that, or maybe you want to leave it up to us, that's your choice again. But for damage hunts right now, we do require access.
So I'll turn the table. What is access? What is your definition of access?
You're asking me or Stephanie?
No, I'm asking you. What's the department? What's the department's definition of access?
And I'm not sure that we have an exact definition of access. I'll do some digging, but basically we require some sort of public access for damage hunts.
And that's what this says, some degree of access.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not trying to be a smart aleck, but it's a tough question. What is access? I mean, I like what you've done, Stephanie, and I'd full endorsement. I just don't want to get gunned down by the department on this if we need to go further.
And like I said, I don't see that you would, this recommendation would. If you're leaving it up to us to define that, then that's fine.
Okay, so we'll leave it as is for now. Let's get Druska, Stephanie, and then Heath.
I'm uncomfortable having FWP define it. And I think that what the other sentence that Stephanie included in here, where it says this includes block management participants, friends and family participating in 454s. And she specifically says it's not limited to open public access. I think that clarifies it. And I wouldn't think your biologist, Chuck, would have any trouble at all putting a game damage hunt together with that definition.
Perfect. Should I, out of curiosity, change includes or say this is defined as, or just leave it as is?
I'm fine with it as is. I think it explains it pretty well.
Okay, got Aaron nodding, a couple nods. Okay. Okay. Was that all, Druska?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we've got Heath, and then Stephanie, your hand keeps going up and down. I don't know if that means yes or no. So I think you were second.
Druska got what
Okay.
exactly what I was gonna say,
Okay.
that it should be, that the main thing is it's not limited to open public access, that it doesn't have to be an open gate policy to qualify.
Beautiful. Okay. So let's get Heath.
No, I'm done. Druska covered it. That was what I was going to say.
Okay. Anything else on the description?
The only thing I'll add is I just looked it up on our website. The public access that we're talking about, and this is for damage assistance. If landowners are eligible for game damage assistance if they allow public hunting during established hunting seasons. So shoulder seasons are even established. So that's really not limiting at all.
Thanks, Deb. I'm going to push for one thing. In the intent, I need it tied specifically to one of these. And I'm assuming it's the highlighted ones. So I'm assuming strategically redistribute elk or the hunters, the recognize and reduce disease and improve stakeholder relationships. If we could add a sentence in there that clearly links these, it would be great, because that really emphasizes that this recommendation addresses those key issues. So is there a sentence that we can add here?
What if you just said this is a harvest tool to help landowners, strategically redistribute elk, recognize and reduce disease, or and improve stakeholder relationships?
Strategically redistribute elk, mitigate disease?
Yeah, mitigate is better. Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't trying to change your words. And then, and what was the last one?
Improve stakeholder relationships.
Thank you. I did not have track changes on. I like that because I didn't. Does that sound good to folks? Perfect. Okay.
It says, Kimberly, it says, this is a harvest tool to help landowners.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Good catch.
We need all the help we can get.
Just typing away. Okay. What else do we need for this recommendation?
I like it.
Okay. Got some head nods. So we'll scroll through the description. We didn't show you all of it, so I'll just make sure that you guys see all of it. You have to read really, really fast. That note there. So the people, FWP, biologists, landowners, timeline could be done immediately following the approval of the recommendation. FWP should be able to alter the damage roster selection, unintended consequences, and feasibility of implementation. Should be fairly easy. Questions, comments?
Could you scroll back up a little bit? I wanted to read the last of the big up, right there.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Hey, Kimberly, can you scroll up to the part about the sign up roster?
Foster.
Oh, right there.
Right
At
here.
a second sign up period.
Yeah.
August. Stephanie, do you think we could change or should change that to just like December 1st or something like that, just so it's after the general season? I think that we might be able to, I mean, we're probably getting rid of some people that are going to kill elk that Thanksgiving weekend that may now no longer want to be involved. Do you think that makes sense, or do you think
Nope,
it should stay the same?
that's a great idea. Just change it to from December 1st to December 15th.
Change it from
That way we don't have people signing up that don't actually
So
want
the
it.
part that says November 15th, just change it to December 1st. Yep. Yeah, good catch. I like it.
Other thoughts, questions, comments? Deb, you came on camera.
Yeah, it was pointed out to me that there's a statute for game damage, and it says about access. It says the damage statute says it does not significantly reduce public hunting. So I don't think that this recommendation is contrary to that. I just wanted to point that out, that we cannot significantly reduce the public hunting.
Thank you, Deb. And Scott?
I just wondered if we wanted to bring a game warden into the loop on the part about strikes, if we want to connect the dots between the landowner or the biologist and the law enforcement branch. I don't know, just a thought.
Where would you put them, Scott?
I'm not really sure. I just think if you're going to give somebody a strike, you might want the law enforcement branch of FWP to know about it.
What do folks?
A question on that, Scott. I agree with you. My question would be, so like part of the complaint we have is, say, like in those units where we have guys come to damage hunt bulls, would it warrant a strike that if they choose to pass up a bull hoping for a bigger one? Is that, because that's not technically illegal, right? But I mean, it's not what we want the program to be. I guess that's just a question. Wondering if that constitutes a strike, or if that's just something they'd have to sort out, or is it just legal matters?
I guess how would you catch them if they were passing a bull unless you had somebody watching them?
I think sometimes, at least on the damage hunts that have been done around here, there's usually like a ranch hand with you or around, kind of lining you out. I don't know, but I know that's happened. We got a neighbor that had some damage hunts.
Stephanie.
Most of the ones I've participated in, it's similar. Yeah, there's a ranch hand or a friend of the family or somebody who kind of takes you there. Especially those CAG ones, they're usually pretty particular on it.
So what changes do we want to make, if any?
Can you scroll down just a little bit so we can read that part that we're working on? There you go.
Would it be enough just to add a sentence that says game wardens should be included in this process?
Boy, then I can't speak for Fish and Game, but now you're putting a fiscal note on it. Because now you're going to mandate a game warden to
be there for game damage hunts.
Yeah, and I know since I manage LE guys, as soon as I start getting mandated things, I bow my neck on it, because then it's an unfunded mandate. And if anything has a fiscal note on it, boy, the legislature is going to push on it.
I think I'd just leave it alone. It was just a thought, and I don't know if it needs to be addressed at all.
Okay.
For my knowledge, I guess. So Scott, when you do a damage hunt, does the landowner keep the elk, or the hunter takes the elk, right?
I don't know. I've never done one or been on one.
Yes, the person, the hunter takes the elk. They tag the elk and take it.
Okay, thanks.
So
So we had to put in the warden stuff because it has a fiscal thing with it.
got it. No warden stuff. Other tweaks, changes, adjustments? Ian.
On the sign up
Mm,
periods, the 2 periods, I guess, is there adding the second sign up? Would you be able to sign up for the December hunt in June? Or is that not how that was supposed to read?
I didn't really give that any thought. I'm sorry. I think it could go either way, that you could sign up for one or both. But I think adding the second one, it just allows those folks who didn't fill those. I think it would have to actually, I think it would have to be a separate period, because you would have to randomize that draw. And so those folks who signed up between December 1st and December 15th, then they wouldn't necessarily be in that randomized draw.
Yeah,
earlier
probably
on.
2 separate.
Yeah, so it would be 2 separate draws.
Chuck? Yeah, I'm mute.
Given the information Deb brought concerning the statute, which Deb, I wouldn't mind if you give us the MCA number on that. But if indeed what I'm hearing from her, it sounds like maybe it would take legislation, change in legislation to accomplish what Stephanie's written in the first line there, but some degree of unpaid access. Anybody want to clarify that?
I thought what she said in statute said that what Stephanie put down was okay, but maybe I misunderstood her.
I thought she said that it had to be the majority or something like that of your access has to be, as long as your access doesn't impede public hunting. Your access policy doesn't impede public hunting. Well, if you shut your place down for a week, that impedes public hunting.
The portion of the statute says it does not significantly reduce public hunting. I'll look at the entire statute to see if that's defined, but I really doubt it. And then Chuck, to answer your question, the statute is 87-1-225.
87-1 what?
225.
Thank you.
Stephanie.
A couple things we could add to, go ahead and scroll down. I think the strike part, it should already say that any hunters with a game violation do not qualify, or that should be at the top and where you qualify. Again, we don't want any of the landowners to not want to participate. If we can clean up anybody with a game violation and not get them on these landowners' property, that's.
So anyone with a game violation, cannot apply?
Correct.
Real quick on that, just so we don't run into an issue, I agree with Stephanie 100% on that, but Montana's a restorative rights state. So once your rights are restored, so are you talking with, so I guess, how it works in the state of Montana is once you discharge your sentence, all your rights are restored. So if they have a game violation on their history, I don't think that's would abide by Montana's constitution, because Montana is a restorative rights state. So if you had somebody that got a poaching or a trespassing ticket 4 years ago and they discharged that sentence, I don't know, we might want to talk with legal on that. You might get somebody to sue you on this and they'd overturn this whole thing because Montana is a restorative rights state.
Yep, go ahead and take that out.
But I agree with you. But, you know
Go
what I mean?
ahead and Kimberly, if you could scroll back up real quick.
Yeah.
The other thing would be maybe change the sign up period for the second one.
Uh-huh.
Change it to, so the second sign up period would be for hunts December 16th through February 15th.
So keep this one, then which one are you asking to change?
So the first one would be the June 15th through the July 15th sign up would be for August 12th through December 1st hunt, not 31st.
Yep.
And then the next one would be December 16th through February 15th, because most of the damage hunts in February 15th.
For hunts after.
No, okay, so that second line would read add December 1st through December 15th sign up period for hunts between December 16th and February 15th.
For February 15th.
Hunts, sign up period for hunts between December 16th and February 15th.
February 15th. Does that capture it?
Yep. Perfect, thanks.
Yeah.
I think you have to put an and instead of the two if you say between. I know that's stupid, but
No.
sounds better.
Good catch.
Blue and red, it's really fun to read. Okay. Where are we, guys? What else do we need to add, tweak, change, adjust? Is this ready? A lot of silence. Are we ready for a vote? Druska, you look like you're about to say something.
I like it, but are some of the people going to get some of our group going to get hung up on the access thing? Do we? Okay.
Tracy with Different Motors. I'm just calling. You had a couple vehicles service.
Race, we can hear your phone. Okay. Chuck,
Just a note, because you are suggesting charging a fee, just remember that anytime there's money involved, it requires legislation. So we would have to bring this, we would have to connect this to the legislature somehow.
should we put consider? Or Stephanie, what's your thoughts?
I mean, I'm not suggesting to take it out. I'm just letting you guys know.
Yeah. Maybe just say consider and let FWP decide that or not. I just thought it would be nice to, again, make it a value added where you don't just sign up because it's free. You would have more of focused intent when you're signing up for the list. And it would, the money would go towards damage mitigation, which is nice.
Can we add your intent there a little bit? So consider charging a fee for registration and maybe put in parentheses. You said it so beautifully, to ensure that you get the it's just value added intent. If you attach a fee to something, people are more likely to have intent because they value it. It's not just a free sign up. I'm going to put intent to participate. I kind of want to capture that just in case FWP finds a different way to consider, instead of charging a fee, maybe there's something else that they could do. Maybe that can be some flexibility.
Kimberly, I think we should maybe consider voting on whether or not we want to include the fee or not as a group, because I think the proposal, if it doesn't have to go through legislature, maybe would be more successful. So maybe us as a group should decide whether or not that should be in there or not.
Do you want this whole sentence, this whole paragraph considered to keep or remove? Or just
I
that
just
one?
think the group should make that call, whether or not we think that this has legs without having to go through legislature. I know things get hung up in legislature a lot stickier.
Yeah, I would just suggest, I mean, since you have the language in there, consider, I don't think it would be a hang up, you know.
Okay, perfect.
That's just my thought.
We've got Ray, Scott, and then Scott Van Dyken. Two
I
Scotts.
guess my only comment was that, currently our biologist has indicated that they have the ability to go ahead and put one of these damage tags together and have them sold. So I think they have that tool currently to charge for some type of a tag, whether it's $5 or whatever locally at at any place. So, I don't think it should be a big deal to just include what they're already doing for additional, say, B tags. It's a tool they already have, so.
Okay, so there might be flexibility in there. So maybe that considered charging is flexible. Scott and then Scott Van Dyken.
Yeah, I agree with Stephanie. I'd leave it in there. I think when people have skin in the game, they tend to be a little more consistent about following through.
And I guess my advisement to everybody, if nobody's ran anything through the legislature, if this has to get ran through the legislature, once it's open, the whole thing is open. And all those legislators, no offense to the ones listening, they can change and tweak anything and everything in there, add paragraphs, delete. I mean, they can totally gut your entire idea. Just be prepared that that happens.
Thanks, Scott. Okay. This conversation's a little slowed down a little. Any additional tweaks, changes, adjustments, or are we ready to vote?
We real quick scroll down to the rest of the past, just down.
Tell me when.
There was something I saw that I thought was maybe
That's as far down.
tag distribution through app, email me. Oh, yeah, because the tag, okay, I see it. I was unclear what I was thinking that, how they would get the tag when they get selected for it. But that's, again, I think everything's fine. Sorry.
Okay, are we comfortable with this? Okay, I'm gonna call a vote. I'm gonna do a slow scroll through. Okay, so we added this portion here. Some description. If anybody needs me to stop at any point, let me know. Okay. Okay, for the damage hunt. Let's see, can I get those who are in support of this recommendation to go to FWP? Stephanie. I don't have, okay, I have everybody, is that correct? Everybody's positive? Anybody say no? I saw everybody as yes, okay. Okay. So our next one is going to be race with reduced the length of the hunting season, which is the shoulder season one. Do you guys need a break before we do that one, or just keep going?
I'll take a break.
Okay, let's do a 15-minute break. And well, I'll get race makeup. We'll get started in about 1 more minute, folks. So you can hear my voice start coming back.
So Kimberly, what is our schedule now? I guess I could look it up. We're gonna meet the 13th.
We're going to meet on the 13th is our next meeting, and then following meeting is the 26th.
And that would be our final scheduled meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
The 26th is our final scheduled meeting. And we've gone through 2 recommendations. We have 2 more, and then we have the ones that have been sent to the sounding board, 4 more of those.
Yeah.
And then 7 other recommendations that have been proposed to send to the sounding board. So quite a bit of work cut out for us.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. Okay. So, let's come back. We're going to jump into the reduce the length of the hunting season in Montana. That is the one about the shoulder seasons. I do not see race here, so we'll slowly start working on seeing if we can get him online. If not, we can jump and do the FWP biologists sit with the landowners in a working group style. We can skip that one and go, oh, there he is. Okay. So we'll hop into that one first, just to make sure we get this one covered. So sharing my screen. So this is the version that I have as of currently. I think that there have been some tweaks, changes, adjustments, and we'll do those as we move forward. So Race, you just let me know if any tweaks, changes, or adjustments need to happen based off of your comments too. So just to familiarize everyone, this one, let's scroll down here. We need to cover here the key issues in particular. We might want to adjust the title so it references the shoulder seasons in particular. I know that shortening the hunting season might mislead folks. So the intent would be a pilot program. The intent is to assess the benefits of shoulder season, redistribute the elk, and reduce landowner hunting fatigue, thereby improving relationships between the landowners and hunters. So we have the justification here. Thinking about how elk movement occurs overall, and then the recommendation is not to totally remove shoulder seasons, but to come to be more strategic in their application. I will turn it over to Race to give us a little bit of background and context and those comments that he received as well.
Well, thank you. So I guess first off, this wasn't a proposal that I put any work on to begin with. So I'm sure there's a few people of you that actually put this down initially that might be able to pipe in here as we went forward. What I can tell you is what I've done with the sounding board, looking at the comments, and then I will tell you it's a proposal that I like. I like the idea of kind of condensing things at some point. And so I'm going to give you a little background. I think if you do the research, obviously Montana has a very long hunting season, and and that's good and bad. And for some of us that aren't as involved in hunting anymore, I used to be pretty avid and kind of got to the point with dealing with hunters and requests that I've actually told myself I didn't want to be classified a hunter anymore at times. So I think you guys can come with frustration. But having said that, we need hunters and we need harvest. And so as I looked at this proposal, I guess I would propose that we jot down and I apologize. I saved my edits on a shared file. I've just got so many of those right now, I cannot find it. And so hence we're going to probably have to type in a little bit, but there's really not a huge amount of changes. So, but the first thing that I would say is that the title of this probably has changed in my mind a little bit since reviewing the comments from the sounding board. and the other calls I've got, but reducing the length of the hunting season through maybe a reevaluation of our current shoulder seasons would probably be where I would go with this. I'm really not trying to, and once again, if somebody that originally come up with this idea and jotted that down in our brainstorming sessions, feel free to pipe in and be involved because you did a lot of work on this already. But as I went forward listening to people, I mean, most of the hunters I communicate with here are kind of like Stephanie. They're not really willing to give up a week of hunting season, and yet they really do question the relevance of our current shoulder seasons. Are they, to the point where, as Chuck heard from me in the last meeting, when I review the comments, there's a lot of people that are pretty down on shoulder seasons in general. Now, I'm not that one that wants to give up on them, but I think we do need to reassess them and make sure that they're following the criteria that we want them. And thus, we're gaining in the way we should, I guess, from them. So when we roll down to intent, I guess I wonder if we're even talking about a pilot program. Once again, if somebody wants to pipe up, but I think, we could almost strike that in my mind to the point that the intent would be to assess the benefits of our current shoulder seasons to redistributed elk and, this hunter fatigue. And that would improve relationships between hunters and landowners, we think, right? Once again, that wasn't any of my own wording. So if somebody wants to chip in there, let's go ahead. The next section is obviously, like I said, some feel that these extended seasons actually push the elk onto inaccessible lands. It was supported by FW research, apparently. And, I guess my point with this, as long as there's hunting, a hunting season, landowners will be dealing with requests, and that's not the end of the world. But for me, I sure want to be efficient. In our case, we hire a liaison to handle that, and that's dollars out of our pockets because we are not outfitters. So that's kind of, I guess part of it that kind of clicks onto me there. I would say that as we roll down to justification a little bit, I don't know if there's anything, everybody's read this. We talked about, on the recommendations here. Yeah, let's go justification, sorry. Look at my notes here, the handwritten ones. I think the only thing I'd said here, I don't want it to feel like as long as there's hunting. I'm not saying that's bad, but as long as there's a hunting season, whether it's a shoulder season, a depredation hunt, there is going to be some fatigue by those landowners dealing with that issue. And obviously, we've also have some incentive to participate. We know that. As we get down to the description on the end, the only thing that I might add to this, and there's a lot better wordsmiths in this group than me. Somebody's thought of this 2-year basis rolling. There's a lot of wheels churning here. Once again, from after listening to some of the calls I received from the public, I think there's also an opportunity here to maybe utilize some shoulder seasons prior to the general season and continue to focus on harvest during the seasons that are, the general hunts. But doing some in front of that, I think is important. So that's not really wrote in here, and I'm not as good at putting that in. But anyway, biologists obviously need to be involved, and I'd like a broken record somewhere in here. I would like to mention that I still think we have an awful lot of tools, FWP does. And I don't think that, every area in the state is dealing with the same issues. And I think that's why we have a lot of tools. But I think there's tools that we currently don't use and we may not even know about in our areas when we're dealing with biologists. So I guess from there, I'd like to hear people's comments, and it's not incredibly wordy here.
Okay. It looks like Heath has a question or comment.
I like the idea of possibly like a rotating every other season, something like that, just to see how effective it really is. Regarding like an early shoulder season, we've already got that in a few spots, and it seems like from what I've seen, that's one that creates some hunter tension. And I feel like if we can improve basically through Stephanie's idea of streamlining the damage hunt, that could help out with that early season shoulder hunt. Like you said, Race, there's a lot of tools out there, and I just feel like the damage hunts could be more effective for that. I have talked to a couple guys with frustrations about those early shoulder hunts and the fact that they've scouted some elk out somewhere. Elk are going on to private at night and they get shot. Cows get shot at prior to the season, and then basically their scouting's null and void because the elk headed somewhere else. Which I get both sides of that. That's probably going to happen on a damage hunt as well. But I feel like that shoulder season has definitely become a sticky topic amongst Montana hunters. But I would prefer on the early season stuff for it to be a damage hunt myself.
And I personally, I'm in that same boat. I like damage hunts, and I'd love to see them utilized a little more. And once again, like if we read the comments on this topic, even from some pretty credible, folks that are probably on the fence and pretty good with landowners in general, I think it's the shoulder seasons have got kind of a bad rep. But I think their intent, whether we call it shoulder season or anything else, we need all the tools to manage these herd numbers. And sure, I don't understand the safety, like I mentioned before. I'm not an archery hunter. I can see what safety's like on our pivots. And once again, I indicated we really are trying. Our goal is to harvest 600 animals off of pivots this year, and that's not going to reduce our numbers in our area. And I know we're in the depth, we're in this DSA like Druska is, and it gives us some tools through damage to start early and do some things. And I really think that, if we can do some of this before the hunters really get prevalent, we can keep those out from really compiling in huge herds for us. Those early hunts are very effective in our area. Yeah. And so that's the perspective I'm coming from. Once they're here and we got masses of hunters on public land, they're here. Hazing is not effective to the point that even our biologist says, man, I don't even want you to try to haze anymore during the season. You just need to get in harvest mode off them pivots and just keep getting. So, I'm just wanted to share that with you so you know where I'm coming from. Once again, I was not the one that really come up with this proposal. So those of you that were, I know there had to have been at least one or more. I'd sure love to hear your thoughts on it.
Any other thoughts, clarifying questions on, yes, Juska.
Okay, so this is where I say, yes, I did this. So, from a landowner perspective, and I know people have been rolling their eyes on shoulder seasons for a long time. From a landowner perspective that has elk numbers that they have no way to control because hunting season is over, basically general season, shoulder seasons seem like a godsend. They're going to be the thing that saves you. And I'm not really sure that they are. And so, and what Ray said about a lot of people don't like shoulder seasons anymore. And we do have good game damage hunts, and we have brucellosis hunts. But that's why I put in that little bit there, is that, in areas where there are diseased elk and your elk only appear after general season, people need to be really aware that that might be the only thing that you have in your toolbox is a shoulder season. Yep. But other than that, I think it's worth trying to do something to adjust them and see what everybody thinks.
Well, I think the intent is to reassess and not do away with.
Correct.
And I think that's clear. I sure don't want to propose doing away with them because All I
No.
know is what I see in my little area in my backyard.
Me
And
too.
each one of us have a little different experience, but having said that, I think I'm not recommending we do away with shoulder seasons, but I think we really ought to take a good hard look at them and make sure they're accomplishing what we want them to.
Correct.
Scott and then Chuck. And I haven't heard any changes to make as of thus far, so let me know if I've missed those two. So Scott.
So if we're doing the shoulder season and the damage hunts in areas that are overpopulation, just out of curiosity, why do you want to change one to every 2 years? Because it seems like then you're not going to harvest anything, and that'd be just increasing your elk population, which would be increasing your problem. So I'm just curious.
Once
So
again,
there wasn't,
that wasn't something I put in there. That was others comment on that, on the other 2 year. I think in some of the areas, I'll tell you where I think it's coming from based on the comments I received from the public. There's a lot of pushback that they think that shoulder seasons are utilized in areas where landowners really don't want to provide that access, but yet want kind of bailed out after the season. Okay. And that's kind of what I'm hearing. So I did not put that in there, but that's my guess. And so love to hear whoever wrote that.
Cusco's going to respond to that, and then we'll get Chuck and then Stephanie.
so the only reason why it's every other year or every 2 years was it was just another, maybe if we use them alternating, that makes them more effective. Or maybe the appetite for shoulder seasons in a certain area is better if we alternate years. I don't know that that's an answer to anything, but if you're thinking out of the box, which is what I was trying to do, year after year after year, having the same shoulder season in the same place at the same time, is that really effective? Maybe not. So if we're not getting totally rid of them, what about alternating years? So that was the thought behind it.
Thanks, Cusco. Does that help, Scott, wherever you went? Yeah. Okay, let's get Chuck and then Stephanie.
Well, I think Race made the comment that needed to be made, and there's a lot of pushback to shoulder seasons because folks are looking at landowners that don't provide complete access during the regular season due to leasing or outfitting or just because they don't want a bunch of, for whatever their reasons are, and then they want help to kill elk afterwards. Okay, true enough, could be happening, is happening. But let's consider too, I bought this ranch from my dad in 1976, and you couldn't find an elk here. Now, because of some management issues with FWP, we've got 4,000 of them. So it isn't just, so we can't point fingers and solve a problem. Is it fish and games all their problem? No. Is it landowners all their problem? No. Is it sportsmen all their problem? No. We got a situation where we got too damn many elk. And why it is can be anybody's guess. But let's not limit ourselves. FWP is required by law to manage to objective. So let's not start jerking tools away because it's the social side of the issue. People want to take it away. Look, let's change it a little bit. Let's get rid of the early shoulder season and use strictly damage hunts. I know that I've got neighbors that the elk are getting in their grain crop. Perfect way to have perfect use of a damage hunt. Let's put it in there. Let's let them have their damage hunt and get rid of those elk that way. Let's take away shoulder season prior to the archery season. Then after the general season, let's wait 2 weeks before we kill another elk. Let's let things calm down. We've allowed people to hunt here free for the last 10 days of the season, plus the shoulder season. And some years we'll kill 4 elk. Some years we'll kill 30. I mean, you can't say that it always works. shoulder seasons need to be changed a little bit, but let's not get in a hurry to preclude them completely, because we are not now killing the recruitment. So, you know, folks, we've got to do something with these elk, and we can't limit ourselves too much. So here's my proposal. No early shoulders, no early shoulder season. Use damage hunts in over objective areas. After the general season, wait 2 weeks before you initiate a shoulder hunt and have it run for 30 days. Let's just throw that one out, put it on the table, and so the group can discuss it.
Remove early shoulder hunts and in over objective areas. Use damage hunts.
In over objective area, in over objective areas, wait 2 weeks after the general season before you initiate the shoulder hunt.
I'll put and or removing early shoulder hunts and in over.
In my view, I would strike rotating every other year part. But that would be, I mean, I don't know if the group wants to do that.
Well, and you know, my thought too might be to strike the pilot project thing, because I mean, we've kind of got a pretty.
Yeah. So I did strike the pilot program portion. Where are folks on using shoulder season in areas in a rotating every other 2 years with removing early shoulder season hunts in over objective areas? Wait 2 weeks for the general season to initiate the shoulder season. Do we want them together, separate, one or the other? Where are folks on this? Well, I see Stephanie, Scott, and Druska. So let's get Stephanie first.
Mine isn't really in regards to the 2-year basis. I don't think that that's necessary. I think rotating can be an option, like the biologist can determine, but I don't think that that needs to be our proposal. I like Chuck's clean proposal that we remove the early shoulder hunt, wait 2 weeks and have a 30-day shoulder season. I just would like to add that those shoulder hunts are not valid on any public lands. I think that that's the biggest pushback from the public right now, is that the elk on public are being hunted for 6 months. And we need to pressure the elk off the private, not off the public. So that would be my only addition.
Okay. Yeah. Let's get Scott, then Druska, and then the other Scott.
And I'm not going to try to speak for race or anything like this, but it seems like, I guess, taking away the early shoulder hunt would be taking away a tool from race on his ability to kill some of his 600 elk during the course of the year.
Well, I would guess just to answer that real quick is not really, because we qualify for the damage and the DSA kind of hunt. So I'm fine with that. That doesn't.
Okay.
And when I say shoulder, I really have never done a shoulder hunt. We've always been eligible for these damage hunts.
Okay. I guess these things are like this would really make the bow hunters happy. And then if the pick your weapon, pick your season is going to really make the bow hunters happy, because then it's going to have even less bow hunters in the field. I think you're just going to increase that much more on the rifle season on this stuff, and the rifle hunters that only want to do rifle hunt. So I think you're going to really get more pushback from the public and the rifle hunters on this, because now you're not going to have the rifle hunters. You're taking ability away from the rifle hunters. Again, in addition, you're going to not let them bow hunt. I just think you could get even more pushback, because now this is going to affect the pick your season, pick your weapon as well.
Okay. Thanks, Scott.
Any
Any changes?
Comment? I agree with Stephanie on the no shoulder hunt on public land.
Okay. Let's get Druska and then
So let me know if this is wrong, but I didn't think any shoulder season ever occurred on public.
It does.
Oh, it does. Okay. I thought they were just a private land thing. I didn't think, because the ones around here specify private land. So that's fine to put that in because I agree with that. Are we assessing? I mean, part of the point of this recommendation was to address the issue that do shoulder seasons work or don't they? And, the one thing with FWP that I referenced in here, it came out, I don't know, somebody sent it out in a group email, I think, but it was done in this region. And the more you pressured those elk, let's see, extended pressure actually pushed the elk onto less accessible private land. And so with that in mind, I kept thinking, all right, so if you lessened a shoulder season on public or on private land, is it going to actually push the elk more into the public? And I didn't know the answer to that, which is why pilot appeared and why rotating appeared. I think for landowners in the DSA, there's going to be pushback on a 30-day, because everybody in my neck of the woods that has a shoulder season hunts to February 15th, no matter what. You may have elk, you may not. That's similar to what Chuck was saying. We never used to have elk, now we're overrun with elk, but they come and go. And so on any given hunting season, you don't know if you have them and you don't know when you're going to have them. And so that's why the tool has to remain, but are we using it correctly? And so I'm not adverse to anything or any of the changes that anybody's recommending here. I just want to make sure that we don't miss something. And the intent was really to try and answer that question. Are we successful in a shoulder season or not?
So the intent was to sort of assess the success and then make changes based off of those assessments as to what would be more.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get Scott, Heath, and then Chuck.
Okay, so no offense to anyone who worked hard on this stuff, but I think I would take out the rotating every other year to part 2. I think you have the potential of, you have a bad harvest year, and then the next year you don't have a season. All of a sudden you're 3 years behind on any kind of harvest on these things, and I don't think you can get away with that. So I think and personally, I think that part should come out. I think to address Druska's concerns about being in the DSA, I think whatever we put in this, our language should be that if we go with what Chuck said and put a limit on the shoulder season at the end of the hunting season at 30 days, I think we just need to clarify and say shoulder seasons in the DSA will run longer.
Okay.
One thing I might comment, I don't think we really even have to classify ours as in the DSA as a shoulder season. I think we have additional tools, correct, Druska?
Well, we do. But I'm not sure. I mean,
to the point, I'll make this to the point where to really qualify for a damage hunt, you don't even have to provide access.
If it's a brucellosis
if
damage
you're in
hunt.
the DSA and it's in a brucellosis affected area.
Well, but
So-
there's a big difference between calling it a brucellosis hunt and a game damage hunt. There's totally different requirements.
Okay.
And with that in mind, if you do any of the brucellosis hunts in the toolkit, they're small. You can only take 10 elk at a time. And in the entire DSA, you can't take over 250.
Okay.
And, so there's some problematic things with the DSA, but I think what Scott just said about if you put that caveat in there that in the DSA, shoulder seasons run till February 15th. Because I think people, they're going to panic if they can't get rid of elk during the critical abortive time period. And they say that's January 15th through June 15th.
So I just put that in parentheses in the DSA, the shoulder season will run until February 15th. Does that capture what you were saying there, Scott Andruska?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Let's get Heath, Chuck, I think then Scott, and then Stephanie.
So the only, I like what we're doing. My only concern with shoulder seasons right at the moment is the commission approves the regulations every year, I think, or every other year. I believe it's around February, maybe it's January even, I can't remember. Anyway, like this year specifically, we got a shoulder hunt. I think it's in 620, 621, 622, or one of those units that technically is under objective. It's cow elk only. There's only 300 tags available, and it's only valid off of the CMR, or not valid on the CMR. But it seems like we're hunting elk that don't need to be hunted. And so I know what we're trying to do, and I guess the concern would be if, like, say those elk end up on one ranch and there's only 200 of them and there's only 400 for the unit. If that place wants to kill elk, great, but it doesn't seem like we should be approving shoulder hunts in units that are under objective. However, I don't think we knew they were under objective until we did the survey a month and a half later. So I think the commission's hands were tied. I think they assumed that we've been doing it for a while now. There's no reason not to. And here we sit with an issue potentially. So I guess the only way to mitigate that is the biologist, I believe, has the ability to adjust the quotas on the cow tags. But it still seems ridiculous to hunt elk for 6 months on the or under objective unit, I guess.
Thanks, Heath. Let's get Scott, then Stephanie, and then Ian, and let's see what we can do to adjust this recommendation. What do we need to make changes to make it successful? Scott.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for Heath. But that's a good point. In our last discussion, or in our first discussion on the choose your weapon, we talked about a 2-week period in between the seasons for a private land only cow tag. I just wonder, is this a place to put that in also? Because how much different really is that tag or that season from a shoulder season if our shoulder season is specifically for over objective areas on private land? It's basically the same thing. So do we want to add that we're putting if we eliminate the early season shoulder hunt, do we want to declare that we are adding that into the space in between the two seasons? Or do we want that to be a separate type of cow hunt season?
Stephanie was nodding. What do other folks think?
I would add it in here if it's all the same thing. If we're comparing apples to apples, if it's a private land only cow tag, why create the confusion of multiple opportunities to shoot cow elk on private land? Let's just keep it all under one heading, whatever we choose that to be, whether it's the shoulder hunt or the landowner cow tag.
And that seems logical to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so what changes do we need to make? Just add that same sentence.
Well, so were you thinking of combining some of this into the private land cow tag only thing? Is that what you said, Scott?
Well, it basically already is. And so I guess I would add into, if we're going to, as far as the wordage on our recommendation, I think we have to say, if we're all in agreement that we'll eliminate the early season shoulder hunt, and we can discuss that. I'm not hung up on that either way. And then we need to put in there that we will have a shoulder hunt from the end of archery season to the beginning of rifle season.
And then still have the shoulder season after?
Yes. I just am trying to eliminate confusion, because if we,
Yeah.
you know, to our previous recommendation, if we have a private land only cow tag hunt for those 2 weeks, it's the same thing as this. Is everybody else seeing that, or am I making sense?
Yeah, you're making sense. I think what we should have there, Kimberly, is to the beginning of rifle season, not to the end.
Thank you. Yes. We probably need to change we will. I think I skipped Chuck earlier in the lineup. I could be wrong. Yes, he's nodding. So sorry about that, Chuck. You put your hand down, and then we'll get
You
stuff.
did. You skipped me.
I'm
Now
so
my
sorry.
now my feelings are hurt.
I bet.
Yeah.
So sorry.
So I think we needed the clarity on the DSA. I think we've got that now. We don't want to take tools away from those folks. I hope it's clear, but I'm not sure that it is, that archers may hunt cows in that 2-week period in October or in the shoulder season with a rifle. Is everybody on board with that? I mean, that's my vision, is those archers can use rifle to hunt a cow in the 2-week period in October and in the shoulder season. So maybe we need discussion on that, or clarity. The third point I have is I don't understand why we would want to preclude cow elk hunters from in the late shoulder season, not in the 2-week period, but in the post general rifle season. Why would we preclude hunters from shooting cow elk on public land? If the elk go to public land, there's no one, we're not trying to save elk for public hunters later on. What we're doing is trying to kill elk. So does it really matter where we kill them? I just would like, Scott or Stephanie or somebody to clarify that for me. I don't get it. I don't get why we would tie one hand behind our back on a shoulder season. So those are my comments. I'd appreciate a response on the public land deal.
I think you got lots of hands up from that. Stephanie, do you want to address that first, or does somebody want to address that? Okay.
Sure. I was going to clean up some of the language around it, but I'll do that later. But regarding the public land shoulder hunts, I think that's, again, this is the biggest part I would say that public hunters argue about, is that you're constantly putting pressure on those public land elk. They start learning that public land is not safe. So if you've got, let's say you allow 5 hunters on your place to cow hunt for a certain week, you've got everybody else with their B tags. You've got, according to this, you've got 30,000 folks with B tags and they're not filled. So they're gonna be hitting public land. So again, you're just teaching those elk that public land is bad. There's 30,000 people on that versus private land. So that's the biggest argument against it. I understand the whole, well, if they jump the fence and we're trying to get the numbers down. However, we're also trying to repattern those elk so they learn that public land is safer than private. Again, we're just pressuring those elk so much 6 months out of the year because the hunting numbers have increased exponentially in the past 10 years. So again, that's the biggest complaint, is we're continuing to train these elk that public land is bad, and they want to continue to use private, if that makes sense.
And then thank you for addressing that question. Did you want to tweak verbiage too? That was originally why you had your hand up.
I think we'll let this discussion go and then we can go and tweak.
Okay. Well, then I would just turn to Heath, then Scott and Race.
Yeah, Chuck, I think it's kind of like Stephanie said, it's just the amount of pressure we're putting on public land. It's also like in some of these units, like say the Madison, Gallatin, Gravely's, for instance, we got a bunch of migratory elk that are moving out of summer range to winter range. They're not necessarily problem elk. They're not necessarily on or causing, crop damage, anything like that. We're not having any problems with them. They just moved out to, a better wintering area. So if we put a bunch of pressure on them while they're on the winter range, I think they're more susceptible to end up down on private land and become more of an issue. And they can't go, some of these areas, they can't go uphill. Like there's feet of snow there. So it's not really an issue. So and just like I said a minute ago, if we allowed on public land, potentially we could have under objective units like this year where we have cow elk tags that could be harvested. And I think that's, a problem.
I agree with both Stephanie and Heath. They both said that very well. And in addition is, the private landowners are trying to get those elk off their land. And then if all of us public land hunters are on the other side of the fence, pushing them right back on there, it's just a push, pull, push, pull, push, pull. And we're not solving the issue. Like if you're hunting them, you're pushing them off. So I think that's the reason why, correct me if I'm wrong, Stephanie and Heath, that's why we want them to get them off, push them off, and leave them off.
Okay. Race?
I agree with what everybody's saying, including Chuck. And I would have backed that up with one landowner that had approached me, is in the Fleecer Mountain area up here south of Butte. She's been doing quite a lot with damage hunts and does quite a bit of block management. And then of course they've had some shoulder seasons, and her argument would be that now, because she's been doing that for quite a few years, because they're not hunting the public land in her shoulder area, those elk literally just kind of jump off of her fields and know they're safe on the public land. And she literally reached out and thought, gosh, wouldn't it be great to have a buffer zone? And so I think Heath and Stephanie, you're exactly right. The pushback from hunters, continuing to hunt the public land for an extended length of time is not good in their mind. And we understand that in general. But Chuck's right too, that we have to get these units back to objective in order to, or let's be honest, why don't all these private landowners just rent the place to the outfitters and do away with public access? And I think this is kind of our charter for this group, is to try to bridge that gap. This is a prime example of what we're trying to accomplish here. We understand both sides very well. Does anybody have any idea how we bridge that gap?
Okay. And Stephanie, you have either a residual hand or a new hand. Oh, residual hand. Okay. So it seems like we have a lot of different thoughts and ideas on what we could potentially do here. And it circles back kind of to what I think the original intent of this recommendation might have been, is to really assess the different areas and what would be most effective and trying to apply the shoulder season in particular. So are we kind of landing on, it's not to remove shoulder season, but to become more strategic in the application and assess maybe different things that can be done geographically, such as removing these things and then or do we want to be specific and say such as doing? Does that make sense? Do we want to have a recommendation that says assess these different issues, the wide range of topics that we've come up as of thus far, and develop strategies that are effective, such as consider removing early shoulder season hunts in over objective areas and waiting those 2 weeks? Do you guys just want to say, just do that? What tweaks, changes, and adjustments do you want with this?
So
Well,
it depends.
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Good.
You go, Race.
I guess my thought here is, I think that really, yes, we definitely want to continue to assess these shoulder seasons. But I don't think that the edits that these folks have made, such as, removing a few shoulder seasons early in areas, right, and use damage hunts. And, I think these are all still in spirit of the recommendation in my mind, to try to collaborate. But yeah, I don't think we're going to have all the answers on this. And I think we need to continue to encourage them to evaluate that. But sure, let's don't take away tools from landowners that are really trying to solve a problem.
So I heard that word assess and evaluate in there. So I'm wondering if I should add, the recommendation is not to totally remove shoulder seasons, but to assess and evaluate shoulder seasons to become more strategic in their application, period. Such as, and then continue, or semicolon or something like that. I'm going to type it in and you guys are going to say yes or no, and then I'll just go check, and then Scott. Or we can become message as. So let's get
And evaluate. Oh, okay.
Assess and evaluate. Yes, I can add that. Or did you want to evaluate?
That's fine for now. Yeah. So we could so it depends on whether or not we're saying do this or these are the ideas. And if these are the ideas, we could bullet removing early shoulder season hunts in over objective areas. Bullet, wait 2 weeks after the general season to initiate the shoulder season, with the exception of the DSA. Bullet, we will have a shoulder hunt from the end of archery to the beginning, just do it that way with bullets. If
Yes, please.
Yes.
Would it be better to just maybe say, instead of removing the shoulder season, there in that case, just rely on damage hunts before the general season? Is that, does that work?
let's use it as a bullet. Utilize damage hunts to replace early shoulder seasons or something like that.
Why does this all look so funny? The bullets look funny. Okay, does that get it, Druska?
I think, yeah. So now there's bullets, and I don't know if that's what everybody wants.
So the recommendation is not to totally remove shoulder seasons, but to assess and evaluate shoulder seasons and become more strategic in the applications, such as then our bullets. Also realizing that in areas where there are disease,
you may not need the black writing if in the print. Well, we could have it be a separate bullet, or it's kind of covered in the parentheses where in the DSA shoulder seasons will run until February 15th.
So do you want me to leave it as a bullet like that or erase it all?
So that was Chuck's. That was Chuck's. So do you want to do DSA stuff as a separate bullet, or do you want to keep it where it's at?
I think that ought to be a separate bullet because it just clarifies it that's important.
Okay.
Are we duplicating up here on that? Remove every early shoulder hunts. We've already said utilize damage hunts to replace the early shoulder seasons. Can we claim? Does anybody else feel like we're duplicating?
I see what you're saying there, Chuck. If you took that out and just started the sentence at wait 2 weeks after the general season, you would capture the thought, right?
Yeah. Be a separate bullet.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that capture it?
And then I think you can get rid of the black writing at the bottom because
Okay. And how about you, Scott, and then Stephanie?
I would change the wording, just we will have a shoulder season, not a shoulder hunt. And then I just wanted to ask, throw this out to like Stephanie, Heath, Ian. What do you guys feel like as far as the feedback you've gotten from the public and you guys personally, what kind of time frame would be acceptable on the length of this late season shoulder hunt? Like 30 days, 45 days, how long can we make it before we start to get, a negative feedback from the public?
I honestly think that if you made shoulder hunts not applicable on public land, that folks wouldn't mind if all of them ran until February 15th. Getting rid of that early season and hunting on the public land, those are the two biggest things I hear against the shoulder hunts. I think the difference between February and January, I mean, I really don't see that as an issue personally.
So maybe getting rid of the early part and giving a 2-week break in there, we could kind of leave them as they are as far as length, and that would be a fair compromise.
I think so. I mean,
I would like to
especially
see that if that's
Yep.
if we could do that, I would like that.
that's how I see it. That's why my hand was up. I was going to say there's some areas where the elk don't even come down because there's no snow. So the elk don't even come down until after the shoulder season ends. I think that's why they got extended into February anyway. So I don't see the difference between January 15th and February 15th if you get rid of that early shoulder season. And again, omit the public land. Those are the two biggest complaints from the public at large.
I'm totally on board with that.
Do they still have what about the muzzle loader season? Is that to have the 2 weeks off? They're going to be hunting in that 2 weeks, aren't they? I don't muzzle load hunt, but are they? Does anybody know? When
I think that's set by the legislature. And if I remember right, Scott, it's like it starts the second weekend after the big game season ends. And I believe that's the right dates, and it runs for 9 days or something like that.
It is set in statute. I'll look it up right now to find out the exact dates for you guys.
So before we move on, so Stephanie, I have the shoulder hunts are not applicable on public lands. What was the other one that you and Scott were discussing that you want to tweak, changed, adjusted?
I think you could just say that the shoulder seasons can run to February 15th in DSA areas or other areas where the biologist sees fit. Based on geography or whatever it may be. There might be some areas where the extended shoulder seasons are okay.
So it can run until February 15th in the DSAs or based on biologist recommendations?
Yep.
Okay. And then
that's pretty redundant. We've already got the DSA thing in there till February 15th anyway.
Yeah,
I was just adding that, I meant to add that to the DSA one, but I think if you want to separate, you can separate them, whichever.
I'll erase.
Erase the first one.
Okay.
There you go.
Perfect. Okay, Ian.
Should the shoulder hunts not being applicable on public land, should it be its own bullet point?
Yes.
Agreed.
I think if you highlight that one, you're gonna. I don't know. I mean, I totally agree with where the things have been going with this. I mean, if the public land element is the real kicker to shoulder seasons for me personally, and what I'm hearing largely.
Okay.
But I think, I mean, also we have that promote focused damage hunt. I think a lot of people like the ability to get in, take care of business with damage hunts. Like Heath was bringing up earlier, that there's just a one size fits all feeling to the shoulder seasons that kind of, it's like, it works great for this person, but it's just doesn't work great for that either. But I think we're kind of addressing some of that. So.
So
Okay.
Kimberly, in the third bullet,
Mhm.
to stay consistent, it should say shoulder seasons.
Thank you.
And then in the fourth bullet, instead of should season, shoulder.
Oh, thank you. And then can I get rid of this "we will" here? Are you guys comfortable do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Also, if we talked about having all of them go till February 15, the bullet that has that in it, couldn't that just say shoulder seasons can run until February 15th, period, end of sentence?
So remove this "can" and put "should" and then remove the DSAs?
Yes.
While you guys are editing, Heath was right. It is the second Saturday after the end of regular season and it lasts for 9 days.
I'm gonna add a "be" here. Or "be based on."
I see that being a good thing because you're going to have muzzleloader hunters that are out on the public ground, and you're going to have the shoulder seasons that are going to start, at the end of hunting season or a couple weeks after, that are exclusively on private. I think those two things go well together without being in conflict.
What else?
That looks pretty dang good.
I agree, Heath. I'm really happy with how that looks. That looks really good to me.
The only sentence,
Mm-hmm.
shoulder season should run until, okay, nope, never mind. It makes sense.
So does anybody think if the DSA isn't specifically listed, it's all right? I mean, yeah.
I think the fact that the biologist can recommend it, Druska, I mean, they got to be aware of the DSA and those requirements, do you think? Or is that something,
No,
look at those concerns, I mean?
You want to add in parentheses, especially in DSAs, or?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm with,
That's
being
a
a
good-
rancher in the DSA, it'd be nice to have something to just, like,
Well, and-
what was Druska's original statement on that? Trying to pull up my old version here.
I definitely don't think it's hurting anything to have it in there by any means.
Let's put, and do you want me to do it in, oh, that's going to be really funny. Let's not do that. Let's over here. Parentheses, especially in these, or do you want me to just say?
Druska's original comment was also realizing that in areas where diseased elk only appear on private property after general season, FWP would need to be flexible enough to realize that a shoulder season is the only method available to mitigate disease.
Should I just?
That covers it.
Yeah,
So
let's just put
Yes.
Get rid of that
Yes.
strike through, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
How are we feeling
That
about
takes
that?
care of my concern.
Perfect. Okay. Any other thoughts, questions, comments? Ian.
Is that statement correct? Aren't damage hunts a disease mitigation tool as well, or am I missing something?
They are, but the EMRs, elk management removals that they have in the toolbox are meant to be used between February 15th and April 30th. And you can only take 10 elk at a time. So it's kind of a different type of hunt that they use later.
Okay.
Any other thoughts, questions, comments, additions, tweaks, changes? I'm going to slowly scroll down so you guys can start seeing the other parts of this one too. So FWP biologists, elk working groups, FWP regional folks, private landowners. Timeline not necessary. FWP has authority. I'll let you read. I think that we need to probably remove the pilot project. Is that right?
I
Yeah.
think take the whole thing out.
Okay. Any limitations or unintended consequences we need to take into consideration, or feasibility of implementation that we need to take into consideration?
I guess in my opinion, maybe that'd be a good spot for that thing I always harp on. So we don't want to take tools away that limit biologists to manage these elk populations. See what anybody thinks about it anyway.
Was it the biologists to use? What you're saying specific?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Scott?
Well, would this be a good place to address what Heath had talked about with that area where we still had a shoulder season, even though we were within objectives? I mean, I don't know how you'd word it, but it feels like there should be a threshold where once we're within a 10% margin of objectives that goes away, but I don't know how to word that.
FWP should.
Heath, do you agree with that? What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to be able to see them be able to shut that down. And I mean, maybe they can't. But as far as I know, it hasn't been done this year. I don't know how we'd word it.
Oh, in Chuck's original comments, didn't he say something about objective? He said over objective. Did we keep that?
No, we deleted that.
So I wonder, would it cover it if we,
Oh, did you want me to look back up there? I'm sorry, just go. I didn't mean to pull
that's right. I just wondered if we could,
Should we put in there that shoulder seasons are eliminated when objectives are met?
or should only
Or
be
is that
used.
not necessary?
Well, okay, so again, I think in other places, if you're using a shoulder season, you could say only in areas that are over objective. But then there'd have to be an exception again for the DSA because maybe you're under objective, but they're still diseased and you still have to have a way to mitigate disease and keep them separate.
So shoulder season should not be used in areas that are under objective.
Yep.
Except, what do you want the specific wording to be? Just good. Except in the cases
Within the DSA?
Yeah, I think so.
Within the DSA.
I think you could actually even put to mitigate disease, because then if there's an outbreak that is not in the actual DSA area, that gives them access to that as well.
Thank you, Stacy.
Well said. Thank you.
Do we,
Yep.
do we want that to be shoulder season should only be used in over objective units instead of not, or units that aren't under objective?
I was thinking the same thing. That might,
Yeah,
it comes across better in the proposal. Should be focused on
Yes.
areas, right?
Yep.
That are over objective.
Shoulder season should be focused on areas that are over objective, except to mitigate disease.
except in areas to help mitigate disease.
Okay. Did that catch it?
Yep.
And then did we need any other, scroll back down here, limitations or feasibility of implementation that we needed to consider? Or we're set?
You can clean up that FWP should, you can get rid of that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. A little hanging sentence there. Okay. So are we ready to vote?
I think so.
Okay. Let's scroll through. Oh, Good point. Which one do we want this one to be specifically? We've got redistribute elk, reduce landowner hunting fatigue, thereby improving relationships. So I'm assuming redistribute and improve stakeholder relationships, but which ones do you guys want?
Well, we say it down in the intent.
Yeah.
So redistribute elk and improve stakeholder relationships and mitigate disease.
Okay, thank you. Matt, yeah.
Were we gonna do something with the title there? That creates a little confusion, right? Reducing the length of the hunting season.
Maybe reduce the length of this title. Okay. What would you
You
like
wanna-
to?
Good catch.
Use of shoulder seasons?
Simple, yes, or
Okay. Okay, thanks, Matt. Okay. Use the shoulder season sound good? Okay. So just keep on scrolling down. The intent would be to assess the benefits of shoulder seasons. Da, 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 da. Okay. Just making sure that the justification and intent match based off of what we changed. Get our description. Now let me know when I need to stop. Okay. Ian.
So that this recommendation should not take tools away from biologists. I think maybe say to manage elk to objective.
Is it to manage elk to objective?
And mitigate disease.
Okay. Any other thoughts, questions, comments? Okay, to our using shoulder season. Ready to vote, guys? Okay. Who is in support of this recommendation? I'm assuming, Matt, that's a thumbs up sort of deal. Yeah. Okay. And then Scott, are you a no? Oh, okay. Okay. Is anybody a no that I missed? I got all yeses. Anybody a no? I just want to confirm. Okay. Okay. So we have one more to cover of the set that's already has gone. Oops, let me stop sharing this. To the sounding board. What my recommendation is we try to get through this one. We have 1 hour remaining. So let's try to get through this one in particular so that we can finalize it and move forward with this recommendation. I'd like to circle back to the ones that we need to send to the sounding board afterwards because we have a shortened timeline. So just look at those really quickly and see which ones we need to send to the sounding board because it's going to be like the last batch to send to the sounding board unless we extend our time in any shape, way, or form. So getting those out as quickly as we can to them so that they can get comments back. Keeping in mind that we are meeting again on the 13th, which means that we would have to send out the comments to the sounding board by the 8th and have them back by the 11th. So that would give them over the weekend to look at things. So really moving fast on that in particular. And I would like to, yes, I just got that, Chuck. We will do that. So we will look at those for the sounding board before, if you guys are comfortable with that. Okay. Okay. So this one, I don't know if I have the most up-to-date one on this one. Which is the FWP biologists sit down with the landowners. This probably is not the latest version of it, is my assumption. Or there might have been adjustments.
I don't think there were a lot of changes to it because in general, all of the sounding board comments were, yep, got to do it.
Okay.
So I think what it does is it, so let's see a title.
Well, we have expect the FWP biologists to sit down with landowners in a working group style to discuss elk. Do we want to keep that or tweak that?
I think it needs to be shorter than that. I'm not quite sure what to call it. And part of that is because, so in the meeting that I was in yesterday, which had to do with management of elk with brucellosis, so mostly DSA stuff, this subject came up. And it was pretty clear in the room that people felt the biologist couldn't do this. Or at least couldn't do it without having like an FWP liaison in that position to help. For a variety of reasons. One, because their plate's full. Two, because they're not qualified. Three, you know, all on and on it went. And then in the course of the discussion, they talked about a previous position that FWP used to have called a Landowner Technical Assistance Coordinator. And so I'm wondering if this recommendation could be, you know, to reinstate that position. Yes, it would have a fiscal note, not necessarily legislature, I don't think, but to reinstate that position so that that person could be the liaison with the biologist. We could call this recommendation. Does anybody have any thoughts?
Chuck has his hand up, but I'm not sure if it's about the title. It is?
Well, I would just say, since we've done this in Sweetgrass County, I can tell you how our biologist reacts to that.
Great.
And his point is that he's not there to lead the discussion, but he's there to guide us back on course if we get off. Or he may bring up, like he brought up the problem of damage hunts. He said, I have a really hard time how to deal with damage hunts. Well, our working group didn't take any action on that, but it was out of that I brought that comment to this group. He may see what's going on. He will never say, this is what we should do. That's not within his scope to do. Now, in private conversation, he might do that, but it's not happening in a public meeting. So he's a little bit like what Deb is to this group. I'll be there to answer your questions. I'll steer you back on course, but you guys need to make the decisions. And it's a wonderful, wonderful way to deal locally with elk issues. So I hope we can do something with this, Druska. You're right on. It's the right thing to do.
Well, and actually, I'm going to back up just a little bit and say too that the liaison position, I think, went with a different recommendation. So I'm confused. Big deal. Anyway, and I do, every time I think about this recommendation, I think about Chuck and Sweetgrass County because they have got this nailed. And they have the best relationship with their biologists and everybody has input, so everybody feels empowered. And so duplicating what they do over there is what the intent of this is.
Okay. I'll say that I think that the liaison was in the non-agricultural community owning large tracts.
It was. Okay. And I'm sorry I messed that up.
No, you're fine. Let's circle back to the intent and the justification of this one. I see Deb's on camera and then Race and Stephanie.
First, because Race might be gonna talk about what I was gonna say, so.
I actually just have to quick step off. So thank you guys all and have a good rest of your meeting. I'll watch it tomorrow.
Thanks,
Thanks.
Stephanie.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Go ahead, Reese.
Oh, I was just going to address the title a little bit. Maybe is it kind of strengthening the relationships between the biologists and landowners, and wherever we go there. That was just my quick stab at it.
I was just going to suggest, I know Reese, the biologist, law enforcement, our warden, and our liaison went down and talked with you and our access coordinator. So you guys could take it or leave it, but the reason I'm thinking of this is what you just said, Druska, was having a liaison, and it's not just the biologist anymore, it's the access folks, it's our wardens that might be able to help make this conversation even more robust. So it might be something else you want to think about, is not just having the biologist there, but others from FWP too, and just a suggestion.
Yeah, and that's a good point, because they, you had folks from your staff as well as the biologist and people with block management. And honestly, it was I walked out of there realizing we have a lot more tools than I ever even heard about to manage elk. And so, that was a great experience from my side. We haven't accomplished a lot yet. We just are continuing the work, but it was really eye-opening. So yeah, that might be good to broaden it out a little bit.
Well, and yeah, so I think the idea behind this one really was to model Sweetgrass, where they can talk about everything. And I remember the biologist saying, well, what are you seeing on the landscape? And so citizen science came into play, because the landowners and the hunters could say, these elk have all moved over here. They're not where they used to be. So then they adjusted the permits for that area versus the other one. I mean, it's that kind of discussion that really improves what happens in your area. And then, they can also tell you about what's happening significantly with legislation or regulatory change. And so, maybe you don't get the newspaper, and maybe you hear about it after it's all done, and maybe you would have had input prior to. And so the heads up portion of this communication is also a good tool.
So I'm going to put, it should be modeled after Sweetwater. Is that?
Sweetgrass.
Sweetgrass, thank you.
Sweetgrass County.
Okay, and then I see Ian and Chuck as well. Thank you.
I guess I just had a maybe comment on the title, maybe like promote localized elk roundtables, or encourage local elk roundtable discussions, something like that, and then you could get into the specifics on who that involves: the biologists, landowners, other folks.
Does that capture it for folks?
Let's just leave it there for now and keep thinking. It might be what it is.
Okay. And then Chuck?
So let's go back up to the title.
This one?
No, what do we have above that? Anything?
No, where I was typing was down here in the intent. The intent of this recommendation is to.
Okay. Yeah, well, how that's the name that is a Sweetgrass County Working Group, and the working group is a term that the commission is used to.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe we should stay with that. Because I'll give you, when I went to the commission, the season setting commission meeting last January, we came forward with a proposal for 3 hunting districts. They never even discussed it. They just said, this is what that working group wants. It's made up of landowner, sportsman, and FWP biologist, and they just passed it. It's really powerful. So if we could promote, instead of roundtable, let's talk about working groups, Ian. I mean, I know we're talking about the same thing, but let's talk in terms that the commission is used to. And this can really be pretty powerful for those localized issues. Like we were talking about areas where they had a shoulder season. I think Heath brought that up, and they were under objective. That's where that working group come in and say, hey, this is wrong. You know, this is what's going on out here, and they can make changes very quickly. So this is really good stuff. I like it.
So promote to me means that they just sort of suggest it. And do you think it's within our purview as a group to require or make stronger language of some sort?
Or establish?
I think requires too. I mean, I think
too strong.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we should, promote it, or
Establish. Is establish work?
Establish where possible, or, I mean, the locals got to buy into it. And I've talked to some other people, and they said, look, we can't get along with our biologist,
It takes a special biologist.
Or the sportsman will say, we can't get along with those landowners, then we're not even going to talk to them anymore. Well, that's a little hard to require that they sit down and talk. So, it's a great model, and it could catch on if it builds a little further. So that's what I do.
Okay, thanks.
So establish where possible localized elk working groups.
Yeah.
Okay. So the intent, it seems redistribute elk is our key issue. We'll circle back to that in a moment.
We probably have to take require out of the intent.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oops, sorry. Would
encourage.
Yeah, that sounds very good. Communication between landowners. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the problem or the justification, can we be content with that? And scroll down to the description. So, do you guys want to?
I think under the recommendation, if we want to stay kind of true to the name, these working groups are different. Yeah.
These working groups are different
from the season setting meetings. So it would just go with, it would replace part of that second sentence.
Different from the season setting meetings?
These meetings or groups, so we just say these working groups.
I see what you're saying. Do we want to include a sentence saying they will be modeled after sweetgrass? Do we want that in this section, or do we need that?
Yeah, emphasis on the we and modeling after Sweetgrass County would, yeah.
Is it? It's 2 words? Or
yes.
One? Thank you. Modeled after.
There we go. Yeah.
Thoughts, questions?
Well, if we want to get technical, it's the Sweetgrass County Wildlife Working Group. So
Okay,
We will.
that's good.
Gotta get the name right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chuck. Anything else? Are we Ian?
Oh, I guess I just gonna say I kind of like the changes. It kind of perked my interest. You know, I mean, this is kind of one of those things where it's like, you know, yeah, great for you guys. You know, out of sight, out of mind. But this kind of changing the how that reads. I mean, then this could be, you know, instead of the private landowners in Northwest Montana, maybe we sit down with biologists and U.S. Forest Service or something. If you know this can catch on, you know, there's something in there for every, you know, area in the state. So I'm just saying I like it.
On that note, we don't need a specified area or anything like that. We're good. Okay. It's like, okay. I'm gonna scroll down. Could begin 2023. Anything we want for feasibility of implementation or anything?
You know, I think the expectation and the wish for it to happen has to come from the, you know, the top of the department and become more of a, you know, these things really work. We want to see them done in your area if possible. And so, you know, we don't have to write that down.
Okay.
I just think adding any more feasibility or, you know, timelines or anything like that, they're either going to want to do this or they're not.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you, Triska. Ian.
I don't know if we need to acknowledge that. I mean, it sounds like there, you know, may be additional staffing requirements by FWP. Or expanding current staff's job description. I don't know if you need to say that.
There may be additional staff and or expanding current staff duties to implement this recommendation. Okay. What else, folks? You guys worn out or are you ready for a vote?
Not much discussion, so I'm ready for a vote.
Okay. I'll put the description up. It seems I will reach out to Aaron and Stephanie after this meeting, but we still have at least 9 folks present. Okay, so how many of you are in support of sending this recommendation to FWP? Let's see, I think I got Scott. Okay, yeah. Race, where are you at? Race might have stepped away.
No, I'm here, sorry.
Okay.
I was just multitasking.
Not a problem. Are you comfortable sending this recommendation forward to FWP?
Yes.
Okay, and then I saw all yeses. Did anybody I miss say no? Okay. Okay. I'm going to move really quickly on this one. I know that Chuck has to leave early, so I want to pull up his recommendation first so that he can have a chat about that. So I'll go a little bit out of order. We're going to talk
Kimberly,
about...
I've got to jump off too, so.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry.
We'll probably end this meeting a smidge early because we will definitely not have a quorum to move things forward. Let's at least get a couple of these items and then I'll send out an email to folks to make sure that folks can know what's going on. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we still have a core. We still can make it. Let's jump in and talk about the ones that we're going to send to the sounding board. Let's start with Chuck so that you have the opportunity. We sent this one out last time, or you saw it last time. I just wanted to send it. We're sending them out in batches, so I did want to make sure that we had a conversation and discussion and streamline this as much as possible, because these do take a lot of conversation and discussion afterwards. So if there's anything that needs to be tweaked, changed, adjusted, or we don't want to send it out, I want to be very, very clear about that. So Chuck, this is your annual stakeholder meeting recommendation. Do you want to give us a little bit of background behind it? I know folks have already seen it to some extent, but to give them a quick reminder and make sure that everybody is comfortable.
Not too much to say. I mean, it's always good. It's called public relations and building relationships. And I've talked to stock growers, I've talked to Farm Bureau. I think it was Heath or somebody said they've talked to backcountry hunters. They're agreeable to join this. It may be once or twice a year for these folks to sit down and talk about some issues that are contentious, like shoulder seasons, and say, look, we got different points of view. What can we come forward with that we agree with? And if we can't agree, at least let's not kill each other when we get to the legislature. So it's a pretty simple concept. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to address them. If not, I'd really like to see this go forward to the sounding board and get their opinion. And then, I really do need to leave. So I got an appointment that I got to get to.
Okay, completely understand. Are there any quick questions for Chuck on this one? And the only comment that I'll have for you, Chuck, is when we circle back and have a discussion on this one in particular, if it does get sent into the sounding board, we might want to talk about what those issues of mutual concern are, or amplifying that text in that space, so that we make sure it's not just a conversation and people just
believe me, they will come to the surface. The only thing that maybe we need to talk about sometime is logistics, how these meetings are set up and that type of thing.
Yeah.
But okay, good enough. I'm gonna head.
Okay.
Thanks, Chuck.
Yeah.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we'll vote really quickly on this one to send to the sounding board or not. Are we do you guys have? We don't have Chuck to answer questions, so are you guys comfortable sending this to the sounding board? Give me a thumbs up, thumbs down, up. Race, where are you at? Okay. I did. Let me know. I heard no no's. Okay. Okay. So we'll send that one. Next, we'll talk a little bit about. Let me pull it up. Maybe it'll come up. Yeah. So this is the one that Scott and Matt worked on. It's the private land cow tag. So this is the title. We'll probably shorten that a smidge for you at some point, considering what folks prefer doing. We have the intent here and justification. So do we want to have Scott and Matt go over the intent and justification a smidge? And then the actions will do the description shortly after. You guys have heard this one before.
Yeah, I think this one's pretty straightforward. I mean, we can go over it line by line, but I bet we've all looked at it and read it. And I mean, there's really it's not overly complicated in any way. So, anybody have any questions on anything, I'd probably do that faster. I know, Ian, I know you had tried to get a hold of me. I was on horseback all last week and I was just stupid busy. I didn't get back to you. I'm sorry. And I know there was somebody else that tried to get a hold of me too to discuss some things on it. So, throw that out there now.
I don't know. I typed up most of my comments and sent those over to you, so I'm sure you probably got to look through those.
Okay. So the main action is FWP will issue or sell cow tags for private land only. Will be similar to the A9 tags.
Actually, I guess the I think my biggest hang up was the basically the ability to harvest multiple elk on a single tag. It just seems like that's gonna, maybe Deb could join it or jump in, but I think that would get met with a little bit of opposition from the department. I don't know. My suggestion would be to have a license that came with multiple carcass tags.
Yeah, I think that's the same thing. You're just saying it a different way, but yeah.
But I think there's going to be a hang up from we've never been able to, I guess, well, I can't say never because you get a, waterfowl or something else, but as far as big game goes, every big game animal is required a carcass tag. So I just didn't know if that was going to be a hang up.
Yeah,
Well,
I was going to say, the opportunity, I guess it depends on the cost of this, of course. We already have the opportunity to harvest up to 3 elk right now. But of course they're all on separate tags. So I guess the way you package this or recommend it would be important, and I'm not sure 3 elk on 1 tag would be the way to go, but it's your recommendation. Again.
Well, I mean, if I could just speak to that, I mean, I know that you're not telling me anything I don't already know. I mean, I've heard that for forever, but I can tell you as a landowner that even though you can show up here with 3 tags, nobody does. And so people come with 1 tag and they have the opportunity to shoot more than 1 elk, but they don't because they only ever buy 1. So if people could get, like Ian just said, if you could buy, if you could pay 1 amount and be given 3 carcass tags, so if that opportunity is there for more than 1, the people could take advantage of that. I know this is a little bit tough, but I mean, and I know all of the arguments against it, but I'm here to tell you that regardless of how many people can buy, that isn't working and people aren't taking advantage of that.
Okay. So are we comfortable leaving it as is my question.
Just really quick, Deb, will you make sure that my email is on the website so people can get a hold of me? I think maybe only my cell phone information is out there and I still haven't gotten anything from the public on this stuff. So
yeah, I definitely will.
If you could do that, that would be great. That might help us out a little bit too. That might get me a little more feedback.
The other that I'll highlight is this here. I think I can't remember. It was via email. I think it was Chuck highlighted this, but he's not here to make a statement on that. So I guess I'll just raise it here on what the group thinks. We recommend FWP increase objectives by 10% in an attempt to show compromise between sportsmen and landowners. What do we think of that? That'd be the only other comment that I saw.
I think it's solid. My only question would be, I believe there's some people working on the elk management plan, and are they looking at objectives already? But otherwise, I think it's a great step forward for sure.
Yeah, the group working on the elk management plan are definitely they're reevaluating all objectives right now.
So Deb, on your comment about the license there, I think there might've been some confusion from what Scott was thinking. Like, I think he's still thinking that there will be carcass tags, but you would just buy them in a bundle. So you wouldn't have just 1 license. You would have still three carcass tags.
And it just would be one purchase is what you're saying.
You
Now
just
that,
have the opportunity in one purchase, but you would still have 3 individual carcass tags.
yep, that makes a lot more sense to me than one license with one tag. So
Yeah, I think he was misunderstanding you, that you were saying that there is already that opportunity.
yeah, no, that makes sense.
And that was pretty much where my comment was. That's the intent of what I was trying to get across. in
Okay,
wording.
so maybe we should clarify that it's you purchase 3 carcass tags or somehow that we include those carcass tags in the bundle.
Well, you say right there that there's to harvest multiple elk with a single tag. You can just say that the bundle would come with multiple carcass tags. So it's one bundle, multiple carcass tags.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to have a carcass tag for all 3. Absolutely, for sure.
Thank you for making that clarification. That makes a
Yeah, sorry about that, Deb, but when it's in your own head, you totally understand what you're trying to say. But yeah, that's what I meant.
And then I have Druska.
Carcass is CARASS.
Thank you. I didn't. No.
I'm wondering why we would increase objectives by 10%. I don't get why we do that.
Because hunters feel like in units like 700, we have over 1 million acres of public, and the objectives are arguably low.
Yes.
I think, Drewska, the only reason I put that is because I know that there's an argument to be had about how the objectives are reached. And I also know that something like this A9 tag bundle is going to be hard for some people. And so it's just purely an attempt to show some give and take between landowners and hunters. We'll both give a little to get a little. But I also understand, where you're at, the last thing you want to see is objective.
A 10% increase.
And maybe we should put that. Maybe that 10% thing is not, the DSA is excluded from that 10% compromise. I'd be fine with that.
Is race on here?
Yes.
Not only would I be fine with that, Drewska, I think that's a good idea. I think you should make sure that that's in there, that the DSA is excluded from that.
I think we should just let the elk management group that's working on that plan set the objectives. I mean, that's got to be a large portion of that, I would assume, since that's kind of how the whole elk management plan revolves around objectives, it seems like.
Yep. And if they're looking at all that stuff, Keith, I have no issue with who determines that, or I don't have a problem with that at all. I just wanted to, as this went to the sounding board, I wanted people to see that there was some give and take here.
So are we saying erase it then?
No, I don't think so. You still want it in there, don't you?
I think Heath and Scott were saying that they would be set and let them set it. But is that what you were saying? Did I misinterpret that?
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, I think if they're working on the elk management plan, they're going to be working on objectives in all units. I don't know why I don't think we should be carving out objectives.
Okay. And then Brent?
Yeah, I was in support of, I appreciate Scott's effort to show the give and take, but I think we strike even that next line below what you struck already. And we shouldn't be dabbling in objectives as much as we may disagree or agree on some units.
Should I erase all of these then?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Any other thoughts, questions, comments before?
Yeah, back to the tag thing there on, I'm trying in my mind how to clear we seem to have two sentences that kind of say the same thing, and then we still have single tag in there. In possession of the tag, and then with a single tag. Maybe we just put it somewhere where it allows 3 elk to be harvested by
By a single purchase.
a single purchase or single hunter.
Put it here.
Can we just delete the to harvest multiple elk with a single tag? Is that? And just switch to
Yeah,
that.
just
Yeah,
Oh,
do
no,
that.
The bundle
three
would
elk.
come with 3, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of words that don't need to be there.
What do you want me to do, Matt?
So leave it all the way. They'll mark it in such a way allow
Mm-hmm.
elk to be harvested.
Mm-hmm. Are you saying erase this part?
Yeah.
How are we with this now?
To harvest multiple elk and then eliminate with a single tag. I don't know if that clears it up or not, or makes it more.
Does. No, that looks good.
Do you want to eliminate single tag at the very end?
Yeah.
Just single tag or with the purchase
Of a bundle, maybe?
So the new A9 tag bundle ensures hunters have multiple chances at harvest.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Are we comfortable with this now? To send to the sounding board?
Yeah, because they'll say stuff and we'll change it again.
Exactly.
Okay, so we don't have a full amount of folks, but we can still ask, and then I'll send an email out. And if we get 1 or 2 more folks to say yes, then it will go forward unless other folks here say no. So where do we stand on sending the private land cow tag recommendation to the sounding board? Where are you guys on that? Got 1 thumbs up.
Did we want to change the title before we did that, or do we want to do that on final revision?
If you can come up with one in like 30 seconds or less, I would say go for it. If not, I would highly recommend pushing through because you have 7 other ones to look at.
A9 tag bundle.
Yeah,
That
create
took
an
5
A9
seconds.
tag bundle.
Okay. Okay, who's for it? Let's see. Matt. Scott and Race. Scott Van Dyken and Race. Scott? Are you for it? Are you not? He can see us, but is not responding. Okay. Did anybody other than Scott and Race say no? Okay. So hopefully we'll hear from Scott and Race on if they want it or not. But as of currently, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 folks. So we'll definitely send that out to make sure and confirm. Okay, the next one that I have is the Type 3 block management. We looked over this one a little bit last time, but then Ian sent some changes, I believe, and clarifications. So here's the intent. The description is a little bit longer, and I didn't quite know if this was in conjunction with the other one that is on the education and outreach component that we sent out to the sounding board. These added that component of the educational component into this one in particular. Ian, do you want to give us a little bit of background and on this one as well?
I guess, I mean, they started out separate. I think there's a lot of overlap. I guess the intent behind this is, you know, Deb mentioned that there's, you know, a lot of people that are overwhelmed, or a lot of landowners that are kind of overwhelmed by the current number of hunters they're getting to request from. So they're, you know, potentially dropping out of either the type 1 or type 2 block management program. This proposal is to kind of bring something to the table to take the burden off of landowners, one, and two, kind of give them a little bit of peace of mind that they have a little bit better, more well-educated, more skilled pool of hunters to choose from, to allow public hunting, not just kind of the traditional free-for-all that takes place on type 1. So it's that in a nutshell. If I don't know if
I'll pull it down to the description. Matt looks like he has something he wants to say, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, if anybody has any questions.
Could you roll back up to the intent real quick?
Yep. Sorry about that.
Right. Yeah, down lower.
Down lower? Or the lower?
Okay. I would question a little bit of the intent. That the money is not a factor why people are in block management. I mean, for a lot of folks it is.
And maybe that might be a poor assumption on my part. I kind of struggled with the how to I know there's a lot of complaints with I think it's the type 2 stuff where you have kind of public kind of a public pot of money, but then there's people that can get kind of picked off a list, or, you know, landowners can kind of pick and choose from hunters, but then they're paid out of a public pot of money. So trying to address some of that. And I mean, that would probably be the biggest thing that I would think we'd have to grapple with this program.
So with the description, it would be a tested as a pilot. I know we had discussions earlier about costs. There's a course training. What do we think of this?
I think that kind of my intent with this too is I think there's a lot of private companies and a lot of folks there's a lot of prior content that is out there that would be very beneficial for hunters to go through. It's just not compiled in a great location. It's not, you know, or it's out there, the program's out there, but it's not endorsed by Fish, Wildlife and Parks, or there's not that partnership there. So my intent definitely would be to try to limit the burden. I mean, this is a pretty big proposal, but to try to limit burden on staff by, you know, kind of hiring this out to third party to come up with the content, and then kind of the platform to be able to sign up and for hunters and landowners to interact, etc.
So it would be a hunter education program and a new access program of block management type 3. So it's I just want to make sure folks are aware that he's talking about having a hunter program and he's incorporating it into access as well.
So is there any merit in keeping them separate because of what you just said, Ian, that the block management portion of this is big. And, you know, the whole hunter ethic recommendation, I think can be packaged smaller with the expectation that of what FWP could do with that. And then, you know, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, I guess there's, I guess the separation could potentially be landowner, or I mean, sorry, hunter training that gets you access onto something. I mean, I like that. While suggesting hunter training is great, I agree with it, but when you know you have busy schedule, whatever, if there's no direct benefit to the hunter, I mean, I think history would prove that they're not going to do it. So I'm trying to, you know, have a direct benefit. I'm adding on, I guess, the add-on that, you know, could potentially be taken out that could have, you know, probably some strong benefits to even like the damage hunt program or something, is to have a little bit better dashboard than what we currently have set up. That's a little bit, that requires less commitment from the landowner themselves, as far as fielding phone calls and having a calendar where you sign up people on certain dates or whatever. I guess, I mean, sounds kind of goofy, but I guess the way I envision things is that like, say, you know, VRBO is a pretty good example of what you could kind of mimic, where you just pick or I mean, if you qualified, or if you went through the training and there was a landowner that said, hey, these dates I'm going to allow public hunting, then you could just go online and click on it. If there was more interest than there was time slots, then it'd go into a randomized draw. But, you know, just having a dashboard to try to take some of the stress off of hunters and fielding phone calls, off of landowners fielding all the hunters' phone calls, etc.
So question, let's circle back to Druska's question. Are these two separate? Should we pull these two apart, where it's a hunter education program and then some sort of, I guess, dashboard to help access hunting like VRBO, Matt?
So Ian, I saw one Montana mentioned up there somewhere. Have you talked to them about their Master Hunter program?
I've talked to a few of those guys. I mean, I have no ties to them, like, just so that's clear, but it's cool that there's some of this stuff out there. I think, I guess, yeah, I have talked to them, and I think there's a lot of good information that could be gleaned from that. I think we could, you know, if you put out a request for proposal or something to private companies, they would probably, you know, their resume would probably be pretty good to help develop this, you know.
So you're thinking a whole new program?
I am, yeah. Something, you know, a pilot project that's outside of the current bounds of block management.
Well, I mean, for like your educational program, like,
what,
or would you utilize like the Master Hunter program and then?
Well, I guess
land
that'd be great if they want to volunteer, if they want to give their program up free of charge, awesome. But I would think that there would be a cost implication to do that. I don't think you really need to reinvent the program. It's just not officially sanctioned by Fish, Wildlife, and Parks.
So I'm gonna push here because we have 15 minutes left, and I want to make sure that we get these to the sounding board if we need it. So I'm gonna push back on this question here really quickly. Are these two separate recommendations, or do you want them as one? Do you want them as the education component and the block management or the Access Plus program? Are these one or these two to start?
I think they're two.
What do folks think?
In essence of time, I don't think we could split them out, but
Well, one of them is already split out in the sixth recommendation that's out there somewhere.
That went to the sounding board. The education one went out to the sounding board.
Yeah, so it's already kind of been split out, is my point.
I think
Right,
you
but
could have it. I think you could have it split out, Ian, but have it to where it was still a requirement to enroll for this type 3, some sort of public education component. I think you could still make that a requirement or something that's necessary and not necessarily have it completely tied together. It could be a separate, you could do the Master Hunter program and then, that would allow you to apply for type 3 block management type stuff.
You could, to the sixth recommendation, you could add the requirement that, or add the, this gets you into the block 3 or type 3 block management program.
Okay. So maybe add that to that recommendation that went to the sounding board. It could apply to the block 3 type management. And then Ian, if you could make this to be the block management type 3 recommendation so that they're split out. Could you do that quickly?
Probably not.
Probably not. Okay. Okay.
I mean, I think you send it like here, and then we glean what's good and what's bad, and try to look at our current recommendation. There's no incentive for hunters, so that's the issue, and that's what I was trying to address. So nobody, I mean, it's great. Everybody agrees that we need more education, but nobody's going to do it. It's just not going to happen. There's already opportunities for people to do that, and they don't do it.
So we could strengthen recommendation 6, and it could be that, I mean, already it says,
yeah,
that we want them to get a program and do it. This would improve hunter quality. Go ahead.
There's a lot of kind of stuff that I think goes hand in hand with this one that I don't know, it kind of doesn't work without it being kind of a system, but that's just one person's opinion. So I don't want to discount that.
So if course moving forward, I'm gonna have to push you guys really hard because we have like 13 minutes left and then this meeting literally closes, and I want to get these to the sounding board as soon as possible, if possible. So Ian, if you can separate it out with the block management and have it just by tomorrow, then we can vote on it via email. If you can't and it's done, then I think that's a course that we can take too, and we can reconsider if we need to at our next meeting or something along those lines, if we need an extended period of time. But I would try to get it as soon as possible, if possible. Somebody just dropped off and somebody had a hand up.
I had my hand up. I was just going to say, I think Ian did an awful lot of work on it to try to break it into 2 pieces in 13 minutes. But then you told him that he had till tomorrow. The only other thing I would say is maybe we could just throw it to the sounding board as it is and say, what's the sounding board feel? What is their feel on whether this needs to be divided in half or presented all at once?
Exactly. I think that's good.
Okay, so maybe just send it as a whole to the sounding board, but also keep in mind that these will be separated out into the future, as we discussed earlier, keeping out.
Well,
those,
or not. Yeah. I'll see what the sounding board says.
Yes. Okay, let's get a vote on that. Okay, thank you. I got all yeses, and we'll circle back afterwards with other folks. So the next one is going to be the one on communication with FWP in particular. I'm going to push you guys really hard. We're not going to tweak, edit, change, or anything along those lines. Just quick review and see if we can send it. Cannot, where you are on this would be great. So this is FWP with communication. We talked about this in particular in our last meeting about there are different resources that are available and already in place, but not everybody has awareness or access to them. So I believe, Druska, this was yours. Is there anything you want us to know, adjust, well, not adjust, please no adjusts. Anything you want us to know moving forward?
I think it's everything we discussed the last time what I tried to put in here. So I think we're good. And in the interest of time, we should just send it and then we'll see what they say when it comes back.
Okay, what do folks think on that?
I'm good with that.
Okay, thumbs up. I need Heath and Matt. Matt, yep, okay, Heath. Okay. Okay, so we'll send that one. I'll also let folks know. The next one is manage where elk where they're not. Okay. So the focus of this one is to restore elk numbers in Northwest Montana. It's a long justification. Can you give us the actions in about 30 seconds or less, Ian? The actions you'd want and the recommendation for FWP to be taking? And Drew's got her hand up.
Sorry. I think that the two big things is to recognize, you know, habitat, and also to look a lot harder on your ratios between predators and ungulates, because that's, in my opinion, a very unhealthy ratio that there currently is.
Okay, looking at habitat and ungulates. Druska, you have your hand up.
So this was the one that I talked about earlier that I have no comprehension of any of this stuff that you put down because we've never ever talked about any of this. At least related to restoring elk somewhere. So I'm really uncomfortable with this one, but I'll defer to other people in discussion.
What are thoughts on this?
So I got a question. And I think you'd put a lot of time and research into this, Ian. What actions are you wanting to get out of this? I guess what are we trying to solve?
Well, it's a fact that, like, I mean, there's legitimately every hunter from the Northwest
Goes to
and they put pressure on other areas, and while instead of those elk staying on public ground, they leave and they go on private, and that's the whole nemesis of the whole elk group in the first place. Like, I mean, there's a few people that stick around, but it's drastically decreased.
So Ian, I'm going to push you real hard. What are the specific actions you'd want FWP to do?
They're all in there.
Can you give us a quick recap so that we can?
Well, we need to really look at our predator management, and look at the ratio of predators to ungulates, and if we have an unhealthy ratio, we need to address that. There's, like, if we had historic elk populations, we could have way more predators than we currently have, but we can't have the current ungulate populations and the current predator populations, and I mean, it just doesn't work. So not only that, we have it's just recognizing there's a lot of issues with our habitat quality.
Okay. Let's get Scott and Druska.
Well, I just try to see things as simple as I possibly can. And I just wanted to ask Ian, is this whole recommendation kind of just a really long justification for a really strong recommendation on looking at predation? Or is that overly simplified?
I think it kind of is. I think that it requires a lot of backstory and additional information, just because, like, we scream it from the rooftops up here and it doesn't go anywhere. So, like, I'm having to basically detail out exactly what we're getting at and what we've seen.
Druska.
So if this is a predator management recommendation, I think we should put it out there as such. And, we can't do that today. And I don't want to diminish the work you put into stuff, Ian. I just am not comfortable with this.
Okay. So for moving forward, do we want to hold on this one for sending out unless it can be tweaked, changed, or adjusted for predator management and vote via email, or where do you guys want to land on this one?
I think we'd at least like to read it before we vote on it. So
That'd probably be wise. Good choice,
I guess
Matt.
I thought that's what, or yeah, that,
Okay, so we're gonna run into a real issue sending this to the sounding board before our next meeting and to hit our deadline and end. So I'm gonna push you in 5 minutes to say how many of you are comfortable sending this to the sounding board?
I'm not.
I've got Matt shaking his head. Brent.
Let's see, I'm off mute. I think there's some good stuff here. I think the background takes away from it a little, even though it's perceived as important. Yeah, as written, I think the sounding board is going to recognize it as something so focused to a small portion of Montana that they may not look at it in detail, except those from the Northwest or Western Montana. Yeah, I like the idea of predator management in areas where elk are under objective, and maybe that should be how it be rephrased.
Okay, so how about this for path forward? If we're not comfortable sending it to the sounding board, we'll do a vote. And remember, Deb was saying previously, come up with some really good recommendations. And if there are others that you can just touch on, then touch on them, but spend time diving in. So maybe we, at the end, say one of the recommendations that we weren't able to get to is consider predator management in under objective areas. And we can leave it at that space. How does that sound for folks?
I like the way that Brent worded it.
Okay.
And in reality, that may end up applying to many places in the state.
Yeah. Okay. So how is that for a course of action? Having it as a sentence at the end that we weren't able to dive deeply into this, but we recognize the importance of considering predator management in areas that are under objective.
I think if you just single out predators, you're gonna, I don't know, it's not gonna get as well received, but I don't know. It's all in the recommendation. I think it just needs to be read.
Okay. We have 3 minutes left and 2 additional recommendations to go through. So Race and Scott, what do you got?
Just if I could right now, maybe we could just maybe headline that with strengthen those elk populations in those areas that are below, right? And then use, obviously, maybe that's the way to lead into that, because if we just throw it as predation, we're probably gonna miss the whole thing, right? I mean, isn't that the crutch of this, is try to get a healthy population in your Northwest Montana,
we don't care if there's predators running around. We just have an issue with it when there's 1-to-1 ratio of predators to ungulates. So yes, I agree. If it's a witch hunt on predators, it's not going to go anywhere. But I mean, the ultimate goal is to increase ungulate populations.
Okay. I have a hard stop in 2 minutes because Deb is going to leave and this room is going to close. So quickly moving forward, not sending this recommendation to the sounding board and instead having a statement at the end saying we also recommend FWB consider elk management in under objective areas, including predation. Strengthening elk management in under objective areas, including considering predation. I need a vote on that, guys. How many are in support? Not sending it to sounding board and having a quicker statement, and we can tweak, change, adjust. Heath and Ian, I don't see your votes. Okay. Next one is FWP and Forest Service collaboration.
I think we should just send it.
At this point, how many of you guys are in agreement with that?
I am. I think that these ones going to the sounding board, we can revisit once we get feedback if, you know.
Yes.
Yes. So let's just, in the interest of time, let's just send all of the rest of them that are here.
Okay. So
And yeah,
I will have to confirm with the folks via email just to make sure. The other one, the last one, is develop a user-friendly and effective data something something. You guys already voted on it. We just never sent it. So we need to send that one. So let me just do a quick thumbs up. Are we okay sending those to Druska and Race? Yep. Okay. Cool. Okay. So we will send those. All right, at time. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad the Zoom room didn't just close on us. Thank you so much for your time today. I know that the last portion was rushed. Deb does need to run, so this will close promptly. We will probably reach out to you guys shortly to extend the next meeting, considering it took us almost 5 hours to get through 4 recommendations. I highly recommend you read those 4 recommendations, the next 4 recommendations in particular, to make sure that we can streamline that process. And those additional ones that we have sent to the sounding board, you will get feedback. And please do read those in case we are able to plow through those as quickly as possible as well. Okay. Deb, last comment. Oh, wait, huge thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Long meeting. Thank you.
did we vote on the mitigation?
No, that comes next. We didn't get to develop an educational program, understanding
Okay,
those 4. And I think that is when you are not going to be here next time, if I'm correct.
well, I can come. Yeah, so that works. Okay, we'll
Okay.
just hold.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.